Hi. Turns out I hadn't opened OBS for so long, it forgot where my microphone was. Long time no see. But shh, don't tell anyone I'm here. Hi. I took a little mini hiatus for a couple weeks because of stuff. I'm gonna preface the stream very quickly with everything I have to say, because I'm not gonna do some big like, oh, here's everything that's no. If you want to know what's been going on, you can look at my Twitter. Let me... Yeah, the music's fine. So, I guess I should at least preface with some warnings. We're gonna see how stream goes. I'm fully aware that due to the current situation regarding... Do I need to say more stuff considering some people might be out of the loop? So, currently, hate raids against trans streamers have got a lot more common. They're happening a lot more frequently since the release of a certain Wizard game. And subsequently, some people choosing to play and stream the game has resulted in, you know, backlash for the trans community, which I think is rightly so. That's, you know, I think it's wrong for anyone on any side of anything that's been happening to receive death threats, but I also think it's wrong for streamers who are making a choice to play the game to play the victim in this situation when trans people don't have a choice to stop being trans, you know? We're always trans on stream and always getting hate for it. I don't think it's really comparable to compare a cis streamer who chooses to play the game receiving, should we say, like 90% comments, 90% of the criticism being, hey, you shouldn't play that game, hey, it's gonna alienate your trans audience, hey, it's gonna encourage transphobes in your fandom to think that that you agree with them in their transphobic views, it's gonna encourage the bullying of trans people in your fan base. And then 10% of the comments probably actually, you know, calling you names and threatening you, which is wrong, is not really comparable to actual trans hate crime. My stance on it is I don't think people should play the game, and I think if you play the game, you're not being a good trans ally, especially if you're streaming it. And you can't really act shocked and surprised when people get upset at you for streaming it, and with some really big VTubers, like some of the most followed, most popular VTubers choosing to stream it, choosing to stand by people streaming it, and then getting complaints for streaming it, and then crying about where people called me a transphobe to their audience. And I get it, you know, if you're upset about the hate you're getting, but the appropriate response is not to cry on stream while you're still emotional, and because what your fan base has taken from that is to now attack all trans people in your own fan base and in other VTubers' fan bases, and blame them all for making you cry by calling them transphobic slurs. And also then another prominent VTuber is currently retiring from being a VTuber. Possibly because of the situation, possibly not, who knows. So I'm just, hi, thank you for the first time chat, we're just getting some stinky stuff out the way. So, due to all of that, there is currently an uptake in hatred towards trans people in the VTubing community on Twitch, which is hence why I took a couple of weeks break while I mentally got myself in a better position where I could feel like I stream. So I will give a heads up, because I am still currently using the transgender tag. Obviously I could choose not to, but I also want other trans people to still be able to find me and know that this is the safe space, so it's still there, and we'll see what happens. So it's just a heads up to all of you at the moment, that it is much more likely that we may receive hate raids during, at the moment, during this time. I have got a bunch of things, a bunch of people blocked, but also a bunch of words currently banned that hopefully should help things out. I am currently in regular chat because I really hate having follower mode on. I hate when I go into other people's chats and follower mode is on. I think it can be discouraging for new chatters to get to know you before they decide they want to follow you. So currently follower mode isn't on, but just a heads up that it could be turned on at any point in order to protect myself and protect you guys from any potential hate raids, bot raids. So there's just a heads up that is a lot more likely to happen at the moment, and I will do everything in my power to make sure that we're all safe. You guys want any more details on anything and my opinions on that side of things, you can check my Twitter. I'm not going to repeat everything over here. But yes, and I would prefer it if everyone in chat, if we didn't talk about the game or that fandom. One, I have the words banned anyway, so your message won't go through, and two, the whole fandom is extremely kind of triggering for me, and I know some of the trans people in my audience, so it would just be overall, I don't want to talk about it on stream. I want us to be able to forget about it, and if anyone comes in being transphobic, we will deal with it. While it's not happening, let's try not to think about it. So that's that out of the way. Master, thank you so much for the follow and for becoming one of my children of the night, and my beautiful magical boy, thank you for the first time chat. I really like your username. Do I have any updates? What the fuck's been happening with me for the 2 weeks hiatus I've had? Do we do a new installment in the Prince Health Update corner? Still, I don't know what was happening last time I spoke to you guys. I think last time I spoke to you guys I hadn't had my next appointment yet. So I'm not sure. Anyway, I have been referred to physio. Gonna get me some physio. Fortunately, the wait list is 10 weeks, so it'll be a while before I get the appointment. But that is gonna happen finally after 6 months of complaining about chronic pain. And because my health can't fucking calm down for any amount of time, I think last time we spoke I had an infection. It is cleared up, but yeah, that was fun. And then about a week after that, what I've been dealing with is painful eyeballs, which is fun. Had a whole ordeal where, like, they were hurting for about a week, so I finally rang the opticians, and they were like, oh, you need to be seen today. Like, but not by us, sorry, because we don't have any appointments. And I was like, cool, so what do I do? And they were like, oh, well, here's a number you can ring, and if they don't answer, you can go to this, like, walk-in center. And I'm like, cool, okay. So I ring the number, and I can't get through, and I'm ringing this number, like, and I call my opticians back, I'm like, did you give me the right number? And they're like, yeah, you should get through. I'm like, I'm not getting through. And they're like, oh, well, I guess go to the center. I'm like, okay. So I Google the center to see where it is, and what I find is, like, articles saying that, like, it isn't a walk-in center anymore. And I'm like, So I ring them before I turn up to this place, just get turned away. So I ring them up, and I'm like, hi, my optician said to, like, that I could come here for, like, an emergency thing, and they were like, no, you can't. No, you can't. Don't know why they told you that. We haven't been a walk-in center for multiple years, and also we don't offer any eye treatments on Saturdays, which is the day that it is today. Your optician shouldn't have told you to come here. And I'm like, cool. So I ring my optician back, and I'm like, what do you got to say about that, huh? And they're like, oh, fucking hell. Like, I don't know, I guess you could, like, ring every other optician in town and see. So that's what we ended up having to do anyway. Literally ringing every optician in the county, like, can you see me? When... Still got perfect vision, so that's nice. But yeah, so she was just like, your eyes are really, really dry. Take these eye drops, use them all the time. I don't know how long for, but it seems like... and also, my eczema is, like, on my face at the moment, which it's not ever been before. So as well as having painful eyeballs, which the eye drops are helping, I also have very painful eyelids at the moment that are, like, red and sore and not fun. And if they don't clear up, I'm gonna have to go back to the fucking doctors again and be like, can you give me some stronger cream? What a fun time for me. Mr. No Valentine, hello, thank you for the first time chat. This is just Princess Stinky update corner. So that's all the stinky stuff. What nice stuff has happened. For those of you who haven't seen, I should have got this up beforehand. That I've put a call out for something on Twitter. Let me get the tweet up. And we just got some Sailor Moon background music on at the moment, because I didn't know what music to put on. I thought before stream that I was just gonna put like a musical playlist on, and if I ended up singing along to everything, you guys are just gonna have to deal with that. And then I started getting too anxious about that, so now it's just Sailor Moon background music. I'm ignoring what topics are trending, because as always on Twitter, there's a bunch of transfer trending into the room. Am I gonna be able to find my own tweet? I hope so. Here we go. I'll post it in chat as well for anyone who hasn't seen it. Because I would really like more people to take part. Oh, my desktop. There it is. So I'll plonk the tweet in chat. But essentially, when did I make this? February the 17th. It has been a while since I've been here. I'm trying to get distracted by the Sailor Moon music. So I'm doing a little thing, which is I'm gonna draw 100 trans VTubers. That's trans, the umbrella term, so if you are a VTuber and you are trans man, trans woman, non-binary, gender fluid, agender, etc., feel free to reply to this tweet with a picture of your model, and I will draw you. There's a bunch of people. Thank you to everyone who already replied and sent in your models, some of you that I already knew and some of you that I didn't. I've loved throughout this process getting to find more trans streamers who I didn't know about. I panicked at first that I wasn't going to have enough people, so I ended up going through all of Twitter and finding as many trans VTubers as I could, writing them all down and being like, cool, I got 100. And then, because no one like replied to the tweet at first, only just a couple people did, so I was like, oh fuck, I'll just have to find everyone myself. Turns out I should have just been a bit more patient, because then more people started replying to the tweet, and I thought, oops. So I scrapped the first list. And how I've actually done it, let's see if I can find the image to show you guys so far who we've got. So this is where we are at the moment. So all these names at the top here, starting with myself and going down, are all the people who replied to the tweet. Starting with like people I know personally, like friends I have, and then going into like the strangers and the people I don't know who replied. A few of these people up here didn't reply, but they're like friends of mine who I know are trans, so I'm including them, whether they want to be included or not. And then followed by all the people who replied. And then at the bottom here we have people who didn't reply and who don't know who I am, but I follow them and I'm fans of them and I think they're really cool, so I also wanted to draw them too. Some of them chats I've been in, some of them I've just lurked because I'm too scared because I just think these people at the bottom are really cool. And then we kind of have this gap in the middle because what I figured is from the bottom up I'll start writing in people who haven't replied but I really want to draw. And from the top down, I'll start writing people who replied, because I want to include everyone who replies. The original list I had, I filled in with so many people I just thought were cool, and then didn't have enough room left to write down everyone who replied. And that's not fair. People who are taking the time out to reply are the ones who should be prioritized for the drawings. So, this is already done at the moment. As you see, I still got quite a big gap. As I start working on the drawings, once I get to kind of the end of the people who replied, if I still have no more replies, then I will just fill this in with other trans VTubers that I know of, that I found either on Twitter or Twitch. I have enough names to have 100. It's not that I don't have 100 trans VTubers. I found way over 100 trans VTubers. It's just I would like to prioritize the people who reply. So if you got anyone out there who you know is a VTuber and is trans, feel free to reply and tag them, see if they want to take part. If you yourself would like to take part, I'll draw you. If you're pre-debut, I'll still draw you, whether you have like a PNG, a GIF, a live 2D, a 3D model. I don't give a shit. I'll draw whatever. And I will get to these. I haven't forgotten about these. I just wanted to wait until, like, I filled all the names in before I started drawing, but if that takes too long, I'll start drawing them just soon. Not on today's stream, because I just need to do some kind of low energy drawing today. But I promise I will get these done. I haven't forgotten about this. I keep retweeting the tweet every couple days just to see if it'll get more people interested. So if you guys would also, even if you're not a trans VTuber, if you just like to retweet the tweet to spread the word, feel free. There's no like deadline date on this. I'm just gonna stop adding people once I get to 100. And I think it looks like I've still got like, I haven't counted up, at least 30 more slots left. But yeah, reply to the picture of your model, and also you can tell me like what gender identity you identify as. If you'd like, you don't have to, but you can tell me if you want, and if you want, I will draw like a little flag with you. But yeah, we've got some cool people that I already know, some cool people that like I haven't heard of before, some people who replied and I'm like, oh my god, you're so pretty. Some people who I knew of, like streamers who I was familiar with, but like didn't know they were trans, and I was like, oh my god. So, but if you reply to the tweet tagging someone else, I won't draw them unless they then reply with their model, because I kind of want their consent, or at least I need a picture of their model. I had someone reply and tag like 5 other people that they thought, you could draw these 5 of my friends, but then like none of their friends had a picture of their model that I could find, or like a reference sheet that I could find, and I'm like, I can't draw them if I don't know what they look like. Oh shit. Well, I scrolled right to the bottom and it seems like someone who replied who wanted to get drawn doesn't exist anymore on Twitter, so I don't know what to do about this situation. Should I not draw them if they've deleted their account? Also, hey, there's just a little spam bot right at the bottom. No, thank you. Don't need any graphic design work. Well, I don't know what to do about this person at the bottom here who no longer exists. Maybe we have 31 slots. I already saved their picture, so I could still draw them. Ghost draw? maybe. Draw them as a little ghost. I saved the pictures of the model as soon as people reply, so I could still draw them. I guess we'll see. But what we're doing today is something that's going to take very low brain work, seeing as this is my first stream back after a couple weeks of taking a little breaky break. So, we're just gonna do something easy peasy. I'm drawing more chibi stickers. It's been a long time since I've drawn any of these. For those unaware, let me get up my Etsy shop so you guys can see what they look like when they're done. Wow, Etsy's behaving strangely. Oh, Etsy changed its layout again, and I don't like it. I don't like the new way. So now when you look at an Etsy listing, instead of it saying like the shop in like a big font and then it used to say like the name of the listing. It said like the shop name and then the title of the listing in a big bold font and then the price. Now the price is at the top and then the name of the thing is like in smaller letters underneath, which feels so weird. And then the shop name is down here. What? It made more sense when the price was next to the drop down because the price will change depending on what you pick. This looks... It's such a stupid way. I don't know any other shop that has the price at the top and then the name of the item underneath. Etsy, why did you do that? They've done this in like the last week. It's so ugly. I hate it. Anyway. Oh, something went wrong with my shop. That's not what it should look like. I can't believe Etsy would do this. Hang on. I'm just gonna edit my shop real quick. What did it do? Oh, is it just... Hopefully, okay, yeah, it should be sorted by custom. That was weird that it wasn't. Anyway, so I draw little chibi things like this. Let's look at the Sailor Moon one since we're listening to Sailor Moon. But I have ones in this style of Sandman, Sailor Moon, Moon Knight, Our Flag Means Death, Hades, Vox Machina, Arcane, Encanto, Five Nights at Freddy's, Deltarune, Undertale, Luca, Loki. Ignore the mask warning, it's just picking up on the fact that it says tuxedo mask. So, I draw little chibis like these, I sell them as stickers, and then also put them on little badges that you can customize, either to have like a plain coloured background, or you can have 1 to 3 pride flags in the background. The reason why I say 1 to 3 is because if I put 4 flags on there, the two at the edge would get kind of chopped off. But yeah, for example, stuff like this. So, it's been a while since I'd done any. I'd kind of just been doing them for any new fandoms that came out. But I'm currently drawing some for The Arcana, which is a visual novel, dating sim game. Not a new game. So, I'm not really making these because I think it's hot right now and people will buy them. It is because I am cosplaying Julian. I'm in the process of making a cosplay for Julian, and I will be wearing him to a convention in like 22 days, and I haven't finished making it. Julian is this handsome man right here. And what I started doing at Comic Cons last year is I drew stickers of the characters I was cosplaying. So last year I cosplayed like a male gender bent Jinx and Victor from Arcane. So I made little stickers. I mean, I was already making Arcane stickers anyway, but I made sure that I made them in time, and printed off Arcane stickers and gave them out to people. Anyone who wanted a photo with me, or anyone I just met and got talking to and got friendly with, I was like, do you want a sticker of the character I'm just... So I'll be doing that again this year. I might also bring some stickers of other characters, because I like the idea of also printing off stickers of my favourite characters, and if I find someone who's cosplaying as them, I can, like, give them the sticker. It was fun. It was fun giving out freebie stickers last year, and I'm like, I want to do it again, because I used to have an artist alley stall at Comic Cons in my local area. Like, I actually used to have a table and sell my art there. But I haven't been able to since 2019, because my local Comic Cons, closed for the pandemic, as all cons had to. But my local cons never reopened. And I can't drive, so I can't table at any cons anymore unless there's, you know, I end up becoming friends with someone in the UK who also wants to table at cons and can drive and is willing to pick me up and drive me there and share a table with me. I currently can't work at any convention that's not, like, within kind of a 15-minute drive of my house. 20, you know, so... Well, I don't know that that's how close that con was. Let's say 30-minute drive from my house then. So, as there's none that fit that criteria anymore, I haven't been able to table, so going and, like, just at least giving out stickers makes me feel like, oh, a little bit like, oh, I remember artist alleys. But it's nice going to cons again and seeing, like, so many artists that I remember, from before the pandemic, still tabling and still selling their art and recognizing them. And because the cons I'm going to now are bigger than any ones I went to before, because I'm a big adult now, and I'm not as scared to go traveling out hours on the train on my own, and booking a hotel and whatnot. But I get to meet, like, artists that I've always, like, really liked the stuff of, or even bought from before, and then seeing them in person, like, meeting Occult Trash last year. was so, because I didn't know Occult Trash was attending, and I was wearing at least 5 Occult Trash pins on my, like, jacket, on my waistcoat. So going up to their stall and realizing, like, holy shit. Because I own at least, like, I own so much. I would so recommend Occult Trash. I have, like, I have a bunch of pins of them on my pride flag, like some big heart-shaped ones that say, like, Sucky Boy on them, and have, like, pride flags. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4... 7 Occult Trash pins on my pride flag. I also have 2 rosettes from them. One of them says Vampire Fucker and one of them says Monster Fucker. And I also have their Sucky Boy t-shirt, which if you have look at my photos on Tumblr, you will have seen. So it's just really cool. Anyway, I love artist alleys. I think it's shitty when people- I saw some people complaining about the con saying there was, like, too many artists and not enough, like, proper vendors, and I'm like, shut the fuck up. I go to cons because I enjoy cosplaying, I enjoy meeting other people, I have cosplay friends now that I actually, like, meet up with and hang out with, which I didn't have before last year, so that's really fun. So I go to, like, meet people, talk to people, take photos, cosplay, and check out the artist alley. I'm not as bothered about official merch. People who go and just want to buy, like, people who, like, and these normally tend to be, like, no offense, but, like, middle-aged guys go, or, like, who aren't cosplaying and they just want to buy a bunch of comic books and they complain when they can't find them, and, like, these same guys tend to make fun of cosplays, especially, like, younger cosplay. It's just stinky attitude. Stop that. So, anyway. Sorry, I think it's because I haven't streamed this so long, I'm just rambling. Because it's been a while. I don't know how to talk on stream anymore. But, we're gonna get drawing. So I'm gonna make these stickers. I'm definitely gonna bring a bunch of Julians with me, and I might make some of the other characters. I don't know if anyone will recognize me. The Archon is, like, a really well-known visual novel game, but if you're not aware of any visual novels or dating sims, you might not have heard of it. I've heard of it for many years because I always looked at Julian and thought, I would like your gender, please, and I always just thought he was really pretty. But didn't actually start playing the game until this year. I just fawned from afar, but I'm finally at a point where I'm like, I'm gonna start cosplaying all the boys that I really wanted to and was too scared to before, because fuck it. I have to leave, unfortunately, but it was nice tuning in stream for the first time. It was nice to see you here, Valentine. If you have a different nickname next time, feel free to let me know. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Hi, Bike! Thank you so much for the resub. It means a lot. And welcome in. We'll be drawing stickers today because it's just real easy on my brain. I don't have to think too hard. Just doing some chibi stickers. When these are all done, they will be for sale on my Etsy, and if anyone sees me at Comic Cons this year, you can have some for free. Hang on, I just want to check some. Okay, I was worried I had something open in the wrong window. I don't, so it's all good. So, I'm sure the music's alright. So what I love about the Sailor Moon soundtrack, you can have some very cutesy tracks, and then you get, like, this. See how many I get done. I don't plan on this being a long stream. I'm not gonna go until, like, 6 PM like I usually do. We're just gonna go for a couple hours and see how we go, and if today goes fine, I will do tomorrow's stream like usual, which, for those of you who are new, every Saturday I do things called Magma streams. Magma is a website where you can draw on a canvas with other people that you share the link with. So every Saturday I open up a new Magma canvas and invite anyone from my Discord and Twitch chat to come and draw with me. The only exception are, like, first-time chatters I don't allow in the canvas, just because sometimes things can happen, have happened, where people are just trolling and trying to get into the canvas so they can draw something inappropriate on stream and get you banned, so, tend to not like first time chatters coming in and joining in Magma streams, as in like when the Magma stream is your first time chatting. But if you've been around for like one or more streams beforehand, if I get good vibes from you, if I trust you, you're welcome to join in. We find some Magma streams as examples. I know I haven't done any Magma streams recently because I was taking the hiatus, and then before that, had a couple weeks off from Magma because I was just having not a good mental health time and not a good physical health time, and Magma was like too overwhelming to do. But we're gonna get back into the swing of things. I miss Magma streams. Here's some examples of previous weeks. I forgot about how many with drawings from myself and other people who are in my chat and in my Discord. That was for Chris's birthday. That chaotic week. But anyone's always welcome to join in, whether you are an artist or whether you're not and you just want to doodle. So we'll be doing one of those tomorrow, unless I like oversleep or feel really sick, but I shouldn't, with everything crossed. We'll do that tomorrow, and then what I'm thinking of doing, let me talk while I draw, otherwise I'm not going to get any drawing done. Of what to do about Wednesday streams. Because how I always streamed was that Fridays are solo art, Saturdays are like drawing with chat. Oh, Julian's hair is gonna piss me off. And then, Wednesdays I played games. However, I've kind of run out of games. Because my PC isn't the best at streaming games, and also there's not too many games that I really enjoy playing. I'm trying to think how I'm going to do this, because I need to kind of simplify it a bit. So, I was thinking Wednesdays, until a game comes out that I can play or want to play, I'm not gonna do games on Wednesdays anymore. I'm still gonna stream on a Wednesday evening. It just won't be games, it'll be more art. And something I do keep wanting to do, that's not the best grammar, but I keep wanting to stream, myself doing traditional art and doing, embroidery streams. Though I don't have a current embroidery project in progress, or like sculpting and stuff, and like having my webcam on. And I was thinking maybe Wednesday streams then could be like hand cam streams. Not my face. But you'd be like looking at my hands doing the artwork. Maybe those could be Wednesdays, could be like hand cam stream art streams. Fridays can still be like solo digital art, or vice versa. We'll just say that Wednesdays and Fridays are both solo art, and sometimes I might have the webcam on. I don't have a current embroidery project. The stuff that I want to work on at the moment is a lot of drawing, and did I mention on the stream before? Good morning, Lauren. That I am finally getting into making dolls. And I'm gonna start by making dolls of myself and of Julia. Like our VTube models. So I could totally work on those on stream. I've already got all the plans done, I just need to buy the fucking clay. I just haven't got around to it. Oh my god, Dandy!
A miserable little pile of secrets.
Poor Freight! Dandy, I'll cry! This is my secret return to stream. Welcome, Raiders. Oh, I'm gonna say that name wrong. Oh no. Vecrair? Oh god. Themologist? Thank you so much. For the follows. Holy shit. I wasn't Hi, sorry. You're not meant to tell anyone that I'm here. This is my secret return to stream. I took a couple weeks hiatus due to being scared about. We're not gonna go into details, we're just gonna say the general stinky vibes towards trans people on Twitch and Twitter at the moment made me go and cry in a hole for 2 weeks. But I'm back. It's all okay. Let me give Dandy a shout out. Holy shit. You won't tell anyone? Alright. I trust you guys. Let me do this. Let me pause the music. We're chilling to some Sailor Moon OST at the moment.
This snowy anonymous. Thank you so much. You did get you.
No, it's alright if people were looking.
But no one's dead yet.
Boba, thank you for the first time chat. Let me see. I'm gonna miss names.
You want to talk about
Don Mystery.
Look at this mod being first place.
Endless Cries.
Are you still alive? Let's look.
Known as the Badger, thank you so much for the first time chats. Hello, Chris. I see you.
You've been yeeted as well.
There we go. Nothing about helps deal with hate raids. I know, there's some bots that I should get. I know. I know about Commander Route and Sorrybot need to be things that I look into getting. I have a shit ton of people blocked and words banned at the moment, so we'll hope that'll get me through today's stream because I didn't have enough time or brain cells to set anything new up. Nothing bad's happened so far. Yeah, I'll look at setting Sari up, thank you. Let me make a note. I'll forget. Let me turn the music down so I can do my little I don't have a trailer. Maybe I will one day, so you just have to I just read a little thing out. But welcome, Raiders. Hello, you can call me Prince. I'm a neurodivergent trans vampire. You're welcome to become one of my children of the night. I am an 18+ content creator, voice actor, and illustrator, as well as a VTuber and variety streamer. I post bi-weekly audio roleplays as various fictional characters on my YouTube, both original and fandom characters. All my socials are listed on my card if you type !socials in chat, and I also have an Etsy shop where I sell original art and fan art under the name Empty Masks. Currently streaming every Wednesdays, Fridays, and Saturdays pretty much at the moment. It looks like we're going to be restricted to art streams because I don't have any games to play at the moment. But hopefully will be a mixture of me drawing with chat, solo art, and looking to do some, like, hand cam as I, like, embroider, sew, sculpt in the coming weeks. Hopefully, if I can actually buy the clay that I've had in my Amazon cart for about a month. Yeah, I should really get a trailer made. Because I mentioned the voice acting, and then people are like, what? And I'm like, oh, I'm gonna be so embarrassed if I have to go on my YouTube. While we have new people here, may I also plug this thing that I'm doing on Twitter at the moment. And I'll put the tweet again if anyone wants to help share it. So I'm currently drawing 100 trans VTubers. I have about 30 to 40 slots left. If you would like to be drawn and you are trans, any type of trans, whether you're trans woman, trans man, non-binary, gender fluid, etc., feel free to reply with a picture of your model so I know what you look like so I can draw you. And if you're not, but you just want to retweet the tweet to help spread the word, that would mean a lot. Do feel free. Dandy! No! You're the one with the cute voice. This is mean. But but thank you. And thank you, Veg. No, I'll get shy. I can at least let me do my. I can plonk my socials. I'm not gonna play any of my own videos because I'll get embarrassed. I don't like listening to my own voice. But if people want a little taste, I mean, once I get a channel trailer made, I'll have to listen to my own voice. Streelmans, you freaked out a little bit there. Don't know why it split that over 2 messages. That's the first time it's done that. So, oh god, I feel weird plugging myself. Yeah, so voice acting, right, that's the thing. That's my main thing. Well, my main thing is that I'm a freelance illustrator. I'm sure when I got my illustration degree, my teachers were like, they're gonna use that for good, like illustrating their own audio role plays where they pretend to be very transmask coded characters. Oh guys, shush. Thank you. But yeah, if you're curious, same username on YouTube. I do a mix of fandom audios and original characters if you're not into any of the fandoms I voice. If you are into fandom stuff, the characters I do the most are Victor from Arcane, Loki from Marvel, Stephen Grant from Moon Knight, Silco from Arcane. We got some Dream from the I've got a Dream audio coming because I've missed voicing Dream so much. Recording Dream's voice from the Sandman makes me feel like the most non-dysphoric with my voice because I deal with like a lot of voice dysphoria. So you guys got it is a so twice a month I have 2 Patreon exclusive audios, which is where the 18 plus part of the content comes in. These streams are 18 plus. Please kindly leave if you are not 18 or over. That 2 of the audios every month are 18 plus audios. Use your imagination as to what that means. But they are Patreon exclusives. I just post like previews of them on YouTube that don't include the 18 plus part of the content. Happy Friday, Ali, welcome in. But yeah, we got some stuff. Feel free to I feel so embarrassed. Anyway, I want to go back to drawing now. But thank you so much for the raid. Dandy, if you or anyone else who came in with the raid needs to go take a break, needs to raid and run because you are tired out. I know streaming can tire people out. If you guys need to get some sleep, some naps, some food, water, please do. Please take care of yourself. Post-stream self-care is very important. If anyone who came in with the raid would also, if you guys like to lurk, that is absolutely okay. Lurkers are more than welcome here. But yeah, thank you for coming in. At the moment, I am drawing some little chibi stickers because it's my first stream back, and I want to ease myself in with just some easy, mindless drawings. So I have these little chibis style that I draw in. That is, I sell as like stickers and badges on my Etsy. For example, these are like the Sailor Moon ones. Available as stickers, and then I also put them on badges, and you can customize them to have any plain colored background or pride flag backgrounds. So far I have these in Sandman, Sailor Moon, Moon Knight, Our Flag Means Death, Hades, Critical Role, Arcane, Encanto, FNAF, Deltarune, and Undertale. Currently, I'm drawing some ones for The Arcana, which is a visual novel dating sim. It's not new, it might not be that popular at the moment, but I want to draw them because I really like The Arcana, and because I am currently working on a Julian cosplay for a Comic-Con I'm going to in about 20 days, so I need to get my butt in gear and finish this costume. And what I like to do is I like to, what I've been doing since last year, about a year now when I go to Comic-Cons, is I like making stickers of the character that I'm cosplaying, and then like giving them out as freebies to anyone who like gets chatting with me or like wants a picture with me or anything like that. So we making stickers that I will be selling on my Etsy shop when they're done, but also to be giving out if anyone bumps into me at Comic-Con. But Dandyvex, thank you so much for the lurks. I really appreciate it. Let me give my little mods a shout out as well. I see that Chris came in with the raid. Sneaky. It kind of does have really nice art.
What if I give it just a kick? You know?
Carla's available to be hugged now.
Let's go! Let's go! Never ever do that again. Bet?
And we have Julia, my lovely mod, and my partner.
She's my little Valentine's Day gift.
Cows!
Look at that. I want him. I want him so bad now. Oh, I have
Hello, Cry. Is Cry trying to sneak? Cry talking about other people being sneaky when Cry themselves is sneaking in. Well, as we're doing mod shoutouts. All my mods are here now, look at that! You sensed each other.
my heart.
Hi Prince, hi Quai.
You did what? Why? Why? Why would you do that? What
Let me
wrong
pause
with
the
your
music
life?
so we can hear Cry.
You know what I'm gonna do? I need a canvas. You know what could be a great canvas? Paper.
Cry.
You know what I'm gonna do? No. I'm gonna get skin. Because I am not a psychopath. I'm just an artist.
Oh, some
That's
laser
art
fear.
things. Just art girly things.
Everything
I
makes
hate
sense now.
I hate him with all my heart. I despise him so much.
I thought I didn't really pay attention to what game that was before the clip started, and I thought that was Cooking Simulator, so I got very concerned once you mentioned skin. I thought it was cooking.
Over back. Stop.
Oh no, that'd be a very terrible level of Cooking Simulator. Oh no. Whoops. I just saw what looked like me on like maybe a table or something and I got the wrong idea. Though it was actually meat, it was just not for cooking. But not really for painting either. What's that guy thinking? He is full of so many red flags. Someone waiting to hydrate also like 12 minutes ago and I totally didn't see it. So thank you so much for the hydrate. I'll drink now. Okay. I should mention what companion I have with me for streaming today. I should get a picture of him, and then I can put him on screen with me. But, Cry and Julia know about this, and anyone who saw my Instagram story. I went to the mall with my parents on Monday, and they wandered around on their own, I wandered around on my own. And at the end we all went in the arcade, just to, like, kill a bit of time. And I made out like a bandit. For some reason, Crane Games like me. Every time we go, Mum's like, why don't you just play on them? I don't know why they like me, but they do. It's not a very helpful skill in life. So, I was trying to win a tiny dino. They have, like, tiny, cranes, you know, that have like stuffed toys in. They have some very small ones that have tiny plushies, like keychain plushies in, and then they have some big ones. So I won the dino that I wanted, but it actually grabbed 2 dinos at the same time, so now I have 2, but I kind of don't want one of them because I don't think he looks very nice. So if someone else wants it, let me know. I went to the back and I was like, where have my parents gone? They're at the back of the arcade where the big cranes were. And I couldn't help but notice and immediately screamed because they had Puss in Boots plushies from the new Puss in Boots movie. So do I have a photo of one that I can get up a photo. I sent one to Cry, so I can get up the photo. I immediately like messaged Cry and Julia like, I got him. He's mine. There he is. My new son. We are currently listening to Sailor Uranus and Neptune music, that is correct. I love him! I normally, you know, cranes like that. It's not like a UFO catcher where you can try and kind of like, just push them over. This is those cranes where you just have to kind of wait until it's wind time, you know, pick them up, drop them immediately, you know? And I was trying to go for one at the back and I couldn't get him and I ended up accidentally kind of pushing him into the crane next door and I'm like, shit. I guess I'll have to go for this guy next to the hole. And it picked him up and it dropped him, like, on, you know, like the like plastic, glass, whatever it is, barrier around the hole, like the wall. It dropped him onto the wall and he hit the wall and he bounced and I had a heart attack for a split second because I was like, I thought for sure that I'd won him. And then it dropped him on the wall, and he bounced on the wall. But, because he's a very clever cat, he somersaulted into the hole. I don't have a picture of the ugly dino. Sadly. Or not sadly. Let me see. If I can get one. I'll take a picture of him. Where'd I put him? And then my mum was at the end, like, trying to win these, like, woodland creature plushies, and she couldn't, and I had, like, I put, the way that arcade works is you have to put money on a card, and then you swipe the card to use the machine, and it, like, takes tokens off your card, so it was, like, £15 for, 80 tokens, and the little plushie cranes take, 1 token per turn, and the big ones take 2 tokens per turn. But I had like 20 tokens left, so I was like, I'll try and get that owl. And Mum had been trying to get it, and she was really convinced. She's like, it's not gonna pay out anytime soon. So anyway, I got the owl in 2 goes. And I was like, here you go. And it because the reason why we'd gone out is that it was her birthday in a couple days anyway. So I was like, sort. Which is. I'm gonna send the ugly dino pictures to- actually, I could just send them in my Discord. Hang on. I'll put them in my Discord. I'll tag Ali. I do a giveaway for the ugly dino. That's mean, but like... So the green one is the one that I wanted and the one I'm keeping. I'll bring up the picture on stream. The green dino is the dino that I really wanted and the one that I'm keeping. And, the orange one is the one that I'm like, no, I really didn't want- the orange one was like kind of on top of the green one, so I was just trying to grab the green one from underneath him, and in the end I ended up getting them both. I'm not personally a fan of the orange one. He's a little scary. It's not his fault. And then on Wednesday we went out for my mum's birthday, to like this little antique shop, or like this kind of bundle of antique shops like right next to each other. And I got a few things that I'm real happy about. I got a little necklace for me and I got a little necklace for Julia. I finally got a thimble because I didn't own one and I've been hurting my hands for years. And I got this, like, hand mirror. And I'm like, hell yeah. I just got shinies. That's what I got. Didn't realize till I put them on my bed, I'm like, oh, I just like, magpied my way through the shop. But it wasn't like a super expensive antique shop. Like, the mirror was £4. The necklaces were like £1.50 each, and the thimble was £1. So not a bad little haul. And then we ended up going to a bakery nearby and getting too much food. The food from there is really good. It is just also really sickly and rich. I feel like I'm gonna spend way too long on Julian's hair. It feels like I'm gonna have a nightmare drawing it, is what it feels like. I feel like I'm regretting every decision I've ever made in my life. I still gotta I'm so thankful that the wig I got for Julian isn't as bad as I was dreading. I was so worried it would come and I would need to do so much styling, but I actually only need to do a little bit. Like, the wig I got is like, this side of the wig, perfect. This side of the wig, horrible. So, but I'm just happy that it actually does have the correct, you know, this kind of like up and down. I thought it was just gonna come and be like a flat, completely unstyled wig. But it's parted in the right place and it has that really like voluminous kind of up and down to it. And covers the correct eye that it's meant to cover. So thank God. Because that's the one thing that was making me think maybe I won't be able to do the costume, is because I didn't think I was going to be able to find a wig. There's just like so many little bits. I'm like, where do I start with your hair, sir? I feel like everyone's gonna be so much nicer to draw. Ali's been on a road trip? I hope you had fun. How are we gonna do these? Oh god. You went to Buc-ee's? Buc-ee's is such a wild concept to me. Right? Jesus Christ. Julian, why'd you gotta have so many fancy little bits to your hair? I mean, it makes the designs really nice, but like... Oh my god, you met Buc-ee himself? That's crazy. Oh, I just realized this is a Sailor Stars song. I didn't... It took me a while to recognize it. I was like, I'm not gonna sing this stream. Because I was almost gonna put like a musical playlist on. And then I got too shy about it. Because I knew I'd end up singing along, which, I mean, I've done karaoke streams, it's not like I should be bothered about that, but... Oh my god, if someone's cosplayed Buc-ee. See, okay, I have a complaint about MegaCon. And it's not about your MegaCon. So, there's MegaCon Orlando, is it? Which is... There's a US con called MegaCon. It's existed for many years. Good for them. The conventions that I like going to in the UK are also called MegaCon. They only started last year. Why did they name themselves MegaCon? It makes it so confusing. Technically, the UK MegaCon is called MegaCon Live, but no one calls it MegaCon Live. Everyone just calls it MegaCon. So if you're trying to search stuff to do with MegaCon, or you're looking at like the MegaCon hashtags to see who else is going and in what cosplay, it's just this jumble of both the UK MegaCon and the USA MegaCon, and they both happen around the same time of year as well. So it's like, good luck. Did you meet someone at MegaCon and you want to see if you recognize them, or like... Like, just come up with a unique name. I don't know why the people naming MegaCon UK didn't just Google, like, is there another famous con called MegaCon? Because what you don't want is people who are, like... People who are going to MegaCon Live, which is the United Kingdom one. People who are going there... A lot of people look up the hashtag because they want to see who else is going and what cosplays, or they look up, like, the hashtags on Instagram after the con to try and see if anyone's posted anyone who got a picture with you has posted photos of you. Like, a lot of cosplayers will check the con hashtags to see, like, ooh, did anyone get any photos with me if they posted them, or, like, I met this cosplayer and I didn't get their name, maybe they've posted a photo. And don't get me wrong, there are the individual tags, like there's people who use the MegaCon Manchester tag, MegaCon Birmingham, MegaCon Dublin tags. But most people just tag it with MegaCon, so then you're like sifting through like, okay, which of these photos are from MegaCon Orlando and which of these are from MegaCon Manchester? Why did you do this? Like, I just feel like if you're gonna name your convention, why wouldn't you Google to make sure that there's not already a popular, famous one that has the same name? I know they're in different countries, so maybe they thought it wouldn't matter. Like, of course, no one's gonna go to the I don't think anyone's gonna accidentally buy tickets to MegaCon Birmingham thinking that it's the Orlando con. Like, I don't think that's gonna happen. But it's just for ease of, like, Googling and searching for it on social media that it's like, you did a silly... I mean, they're not going to change the name now, but it also feels like a really silly blunder for the fact that the UK MegaCon is run by the same people, well, not same people. MCM is the biggest Comic Con in the UK. MCM London might even be the biggest con in, like, all of Europe. It's, like, our equivalent of, like, San Diego Comic Con, right? And the people who run MegaCon, the person who runs it, used to be one of the runners of MCM, and then they left, and now he's doing his own cons. And you're like, wouldn't you know? I don't know, it just feels like a stupid thing. It's a little pet peeve. It doesn't affect the quality of the con. Though, I will say the con definitely had some teething problems last year. I went to 2 of their cons last year, their first one and their second one, and... I'm still gonna keep going because they are affordable. Like, they're nowhere near as expensive as MCM. And they're close enough that I can easily travel to them, and I have, like, friends I've made who are going, so fine. But Jesus Christ. The first one they did last year, the stage where they were doing, like, the panels and the cosplay contest was in the same room as all the vendors, and it was so loud. Like, vendors who were near there ended up with, like, migraines. Like, it was way too loud. And also, like, a lot of the people who entered the contest, like, then, like, never got the prizes and the shoutouts and stuff they were promised. It was messy. Like, I would say, like, MegaCon organizers need to fucking get their shit together. Their social media is still kind of a mess. I'm still going because I still had a lot of fun. But I had fun because of certain vendors and other attendees. Not because of the con organization. Let's hope they do better. Hi, Pixie, welcome in. It's nice to see you. Okay, you know what? That'll do. Are these guys Peter Parker? Oh, it'd be sweet if some of you guys are going to the same con. I don't know any of the UK people that I know who are going to, like, as in, like, VTubers or anyone on Twitch that I know who is going to MegaCon, other than the person I invited, which is Gala, who is confirmed to come. So I'm gonna get to meet them in person. I'm excited. And then the cosplay group that I, made friends with last year, just because I was like, I really want to go to this con, but I don't know anyone there, so I was like, is there anyone going who likes arcade? And a bunch of people were like, on like MegaCon's like Facebook page, because at least for Comic Cons in the UK, the Facebook pages are the best place to like meet people and find out what's going on. It's like, is anyone coming who likes Arcane? And people were like, yeah! And then we made like a little group on Discord. And now I don't have to be scared and alone at Comic Cons, even though none of us are going in Arcane cosplays this year because of stuff that happened. Jesus Christ. I mean, who'd have thunk when I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna get to go to Comic Cons in my own, it would result in one of the voice actor guests there forming a relationship with one of the people in my group and being really kind of toxic about it, and like, oh, it's this whole mess. So, you know, that was my first experience of ever actually like wanting to meet a guest at Comic-Con. I'd never gotten autographs or photos before, and I did last year, and then we found out that the voice actor was like stinky and actually being stinky to also like people in our group, and we were like, oh no. So, and that's not like from secondhand information, that's first-hand in-person experiences that we had with the person and DMs people in our group had with the person, like, Jesus Christ. So, you guys, if you know, you know. I've posted about it before, I'm not going into details again on stream. It was long enough ago that I can kind of look at it and be like, oh, that was wild, and not be as triggered by it anymore. MegaCon have announced barely any guests, so we don't know if this guy is coming again to this con. We don't know if he's, frankly, still in the relationship with the person in our group that they were, like, messing around. Bear in mind, the person in our group was 20, and this man is, like, almost 50, just to, like... Anyway. If he's gonna be there... Well, we've decided if he's gonna be there, we're not going near the autograph tables. And we're just gonna, like, shield. None of us are going in Arcane cosplays, so we're like... He shouldn't be drawn to us. There's no way he should really recognize. I'd never wanted to meet celebs before. That was the first time that I wanted to when I got autographs and photos. Because I'd never really understood it before. I'm like... I like the characters. I don't care about the actors. That's, like, I love fictional characters and I have comfort characters and stuff, but I've never gotten, like... attached to a celeb, because I'm like, I don't know what they're like, but Arcane's the first kind of time it happened with, probably because, I had so many friends that were also into it, and we were all getting excited collectively. Yeah. No, but now I'm back to, like, I'm not bothered about autographs and photos. I'm not bothered about autographs and photos anymore. Gwendolyn Christie would be really cool, though. No. But for me personally, I don't think I'm ever gonna get any photographs or autographs ever again at cons, which will mean we'll have a lot less to do. We were so busy last year at cons, like, because everyone in our group was getting autographs and photos on both days, and we also went to the panel for the Arcane voice actors on both days, and we had, like, cosplay meetups, because Arcane was relatively new, so there were meetups, like, people in the Facebook group were organising, like, anyone coming as Arcane, come to this place at this time. So we had those on both days as well, that, like, at the end of the first day we had only seen, like, a couple of vendors' tables, because we were so busy. Whereas I think this time, because we're not going to any- well, we don't know for sure that we're not going to any panels or autographs or anything, but they've only announced, like, 3 guests, and the con's in, like, 3 weeks. So either they don't have any more guests, or they're just- I mean, they announced the guests pretty late last year, but not as late as this. Like, last year they announced all of their guests a month beforehand. Like, the 2 months before they were announcing it, but by the time it was, like, 4 weeks until the con, all the guests had been announced. Whereas now we're, like, 3 weeks out, and there's, like, 3 guests announced, and that's it. And we're like, cool, are there more? But, I mean, MCM is notorious for not announcing their guests until, like, a month before the con. The people that I know that's coming to MegaCon, we got a Genshin voice actor. There was a load of Genshin voice actors last year, so that was predictable. We got Professor Oak from Pokemon. We got, the guy who voices the big wolf man from Elden Ring. And I showed, and as soon as that was announced, I was like, Carla, the Wolfman's gonna be here. It's perfect. There's Gala's first con and a big Wolfman's gonna be there. From Elden Ring. Oh my god. Fate. A bunch of YouTubers are gonna be there. Tom Scar's gonna be there. Tom Scar was there both times last time and I didn't go up to him. And I'm like, am I gonna go up to him this time? I don't know. Because, like, last year I hadn't watched any Tom Scar content in a long time. I'm like, yeah, I remember ASDF movie, sure, there's some nostalgia there, but whatever. But the last few months I've been watching a lot of his, like, current content from his side channel, Tom Scar and Friends, which... It just, him and his friends playing games, and also, like, they're very, like, even though all three of them are cis, they are very, like, pro-trans rights, and it's just really refreshing to see. And I'm like, oh man! It makes me kind of want to go up and be like, thank you for, like, making your content, like, a safe space for trans people, and also, like, I've been turning to his videos a lot when I need a good laugh, when I've been feeling like shit lately. But then I'm also like, I don't know, I feel awkward going up to people. I'm too anxious, I don't want to do it. I'd feel weird if I went to someone's table just to be like, hey, I think you're really cool anyway, but I don't know that I'm gonna buy any of your merch anyway, but, you know? Because the way that MegaCon, I don't know the way that they work the, like, YouTuber guests, or, like, so they've got, like, their celebrity guests, right, who obviously, like, have some kind of deal with the con, probably get paid to attend, right? And then you have, like, are they classing them as content creator guests? I forget what they're calling them. They don't go in, like, the area where the voice actors go. The voice actors and actor guests have their own tables. And then the YouTubers have their own little booths, kind of where all the other vendors are, where they can, like, sell their own merch and stuff. There's no way to, like, book a photo or an autograph with Tom Scar. I guess maybe he'll offer them and you just ask him at his table. I don't know if he would charge for them. But they're, like, not considered, like, to be in, like, the same league, I guess, as all the other guests. I don't know. So I don't know if they get any kind of sponsorship or payment for being there, or if they have to pay to table like other vendors do. It's really confusing. I've not seen it set up like that before, where, like, the YouTuber kind of content creator, social media guests are, like, put in the same location as the vendors. I don't think there's enough volume there on his little head. I've been talking a lot, but that's fine. I haven't streamed in a couple weeks. I guess I have a lot of stuff needing to get out of my system. Wait, do I have any progress pictures of the Julian cosplay that I can show? Probably not, I don't think so. I've been filming all the progress on TikTok. I haven't posted it yet. It's all in one big draft. Once I've finished it, then I'll record a little voiceover for it and I'll post it. Those of you who follow my main account, TikTok, Empty Masks, can see, like, sneak peeks of it in the form of, like, when I did a makeup test and a wig test before I had any of the clothing made. Clockwork! Thank you for the resub. Oh my god, 7 months. How come that Julian has some thick hair? Yeah. Thank you so much for those 7 months resub. Oh my goodness. God, imagine when I'll be finished with Julian's hair. Imagine the day. More Sailor Stars. I should draw his ear in so I know, like, where I'm going. That would have made more sense to draw his ear earlier on so I can see how how much behind, you know, because all of this has got to be behind the ear, so obviously this isn't going to connect too good. It's fine, I'll just fix it later. Okay. How are we gonna do that, though? Wow, he was a little shocked, maybe? Aww. Did you get the mini one? I don't have a mini one, I just have the big one. You know what? That's what the thing what am I most excited about for Cry when Cry gets to come back to the Netherlands? It's really a tie-up between Cry getting to see Chris in person and Cry getting to see their shark in person that has been waiting in their room in the Netherlands for them for months and months. Like, when Cry gets to go back, they get to see Chris and they get to see Jake IRL. I'm so happy for them. I'm so excited. My throat's been weird this week. That'll do. I know that's not the most confident thing to say. We don't, like, guys, I've been streaming for an hour and a half. He's got to be done at some point. I just generally just had a blank of like, do I give them eyebrows in this art style? No, I don't. The eye on top of the eye acts as the eyebrow. Should I thicken this up then? Because I feel bad Julian's not going to get the eyebrow that he deserves. I at least need to emulate the eyeliner. Yeah, I mean there was stuff that I wanted to address, that's true. But I've been chatting a lot since I opened this up. I feel like I should just make it a little bit thicker just because of the eyeliner. I don't know how to really show that. I curved the eye up because I was thinking that I was gonna have an eyebrow, but there's not, so I need to redo that. I'm gonna need to get that kind of judgmentally situation. So it's kind of like he's looking up. That's the only problem with this Chewy style. Well, I can make him look down if I do it flat on the bottom, but then there's a little weird. My Shateland t-shirt's coming today. Oh my god, Ali! You getting Defunctland merged? I didn't even know there were Shapeland t-shirts. I got people enjoying the Sailor Moon music. No, it just it kind of goes into the hair and then is immediately kind of tucked underneath another piece of hair. But I think that'll look a bit too weird. Okay, then we went into the tiny mouth. I definitely learned guitar solo from the Sailor Moon movies years ago. Aww! I'm playing this electric guitar for me. I wasn't gonna give him a grumpy mouth. I just did that for the funnies, and I'm like, that's kind of cute. I mean, just like a little bit. He's kind of a little bit pouty, but then is upturned at the bottom. But I don't know if that looks like a weird mouth shape. That's a weird mouth shape. Because he's not exactly smirking there, though. I mean, Julian very much is the kind of guy to smirk all the time. What should I do? Should he be smirking or should he be a little bit grumpy? He's a sour little boy at the start. We'll give him a sour little boy face. But the eye patch and I don't really feel like they're lining up very well. I feel like they should be bigger, maybe? Oh god, but this is gonna affect, like... all the others. Although, you know, being falsely accused of murder probably would make you a sour little boy. It looks a bit weird. So sad we can't all do the dramatic, theatrical, elegant ballerina type transformations like Sailor Scouts and everyone. Aww. I know, I have such a thing for magical girl transformation sequences from anything. Whether it's Sailor Moon. I watched a lot of magical girl stuff. Alright, so like my magical girl knowledge is like mid 2000s knowledge. Oh, like, a few 90s ones, so like Sailor Moon, Sugar Kata, Mermaid Melody, Ojimaju Doremi, Kami-chan Karin, Card Captors, and then, not an anime, but Winx Club has magical girl sequences, like transformation sequences in it. I love Winx Club so much. I grew up with the 4Kids dub. Whichever dub you grew up with is probably always going to be your favorite. I mean, I remember watching a video like a year ago comparing all the Winx Club dubs because I don't have a life. And pretty much, like, I'll stand by the 4Kids dub a little bit. 4Kids overall were crazy when they dubbed things and would constantly change plot points and censor stuff that didn't need changing or censoring. But Poor Kids, like, has the best voice acting. I'm just gonna put that out there. Like, when I listen to the Nickelodeon dub or the RAA dub, I can't do it. If I close my eyes and listen to the Nick dub for Winx Club, because for those who don't know, Winx Club is Italian, so whichever version you've watched in English is one of 3 different English dubs that were made. The 4Kids dub, I can close my eyes, I can tell who all of them is. In the 4Kids dub, Tekna has a British accent. Flora speaks very, very kind of softly and airy. Musa's got kind of like a bit of like almost like a nasally kind of voice. I love the variety in the voices. All their voices are very different. In the Nick dub and the Rai dub, they all sound the same. No offense, if the Nick dub was your thing that you grew up with, I'm not shitting on it. I'm sure the plot points of the other dubs were a lot more true to the original Italian. 4Kids changed some stuff up that did not need to be changed up. But I think the voices just are better. And maybe that's not just my intelligence, but like, if I close my eyes and I listen to the Nick dub, I can't tell them apart. The voice is also a lot higher pitched in the other dubs, I noticed. The girls sound a bit more mature in the 4Kids dub, which my ears can cope with better. Winx Club is on Netflix, and I was like, fuck yeah, and I started playing it, and I was like, no, because Bloom started talking, and I'm like, that's not my Bloom. I can't watch this. Someone put all the 4Kids dub on YouTube, though, so. 4Kids only did the first 3 seasons, but that's fine, because the first 3 seasons of Winx Club are the only good ones. Oh, it's not really a controversial opinion. That's most people's. Like, season 4 is okay, from what I've heard. But Winx Club, the first 3 seasons were, like, very, like, more fleshed out. There's some overarching plots there. It is all, like, 2D, hand-drawn animated. The later seasons are, like, tweened. I don't know how to explain that kind of animation, but essentially almost like they're, like, little paper puppets, and they're just, like, moving their arms. The animation looks bad. The art style got a lot different. The heads just kept getting bigger. They kept looking younger as the seasons progressed. Yeah, just like, the more seasons of Winx Club that came out, the more kind of people dropped off, to the point where now they're completely rebooting the Winx Club cartoon. Let's see what it looks like. They haven't shown what it's gonna look like yet, but the Winx Club had just got straight up, the cartoon just got cancelled and they're rebooting it from scratch. So we'll see what happens with that. What's the most recent season? Season 9? Oh no, season 9 is the reboot season that was meant to come out last year, but it didn't. Let's look at a picture of season 8. If the people here haven't seen the what Winx Club looks like more recently, this is what I mean by they look way younger now than they ever did before. I'm sorry for showing you these images. Look away. No! I hate it so much. Like, why does Bloom look like she's 12? Like, Winx Club there is like, what is it, kind of like, is it like a sixth form? Is it like a, they're either meant to be 16 or 18 at the start of Winx Club. I think they're like 16. So like by season 8, they're meant to be like the mid-20s. Why does she look like this? I did not watch the Fate Saga Netflix live action adaptation because I really did not want to. That's season 8, this is season 7, which still has kind of the original style, but doesn't it look kind of slightly off? It's bad. No, bad. I'll take it away now. Because one, I'm not into like the dark gritty reboots of fun things. Winx Club was always very bright, very colourful, fairies, magic, fashion, and I feel like you could make a live action version of Winx Club and still have it be really colourful and really fun. I don't think it necessarily needs to be dark and gritty. I hate this idea that all the shows that come out now have to be kind of dystopian, depressing, like, dude, life's already depressing enough, give me a feel-good show. I mean, I don't really want a live action of Winx Club even if it was like a feel-good one, but like, not everything has to be dark. Like, they wanted to do like a dark gritty Powerpuff Girls live action thing. I'm like, no, don't do it. And then as I found out more about the show, I was just like, oh god. It doesn't feel like an adaptation of Winx Club. They should have just made their own original, here's some fairy girls, because like... So we got Bloom. She still seemingly looks like Bloom. We got, Flora, except for we don't. We've got who they promoted as being Flora at the beginning of, at first, when the first kind of promotional material came out, and everyone was like, hang on, why is she white? Flora's not white. What is this? And Netflix were like, oh, right, yeah, no, she's not Flora, actually. She's Flora's sister, which are like, why would Flora's sister be white? But, okay. Why? It almost makes me feel like it was meant to be Flora, and then they were worried about the whiteishness, so they just changed her name and was like, oh, it's not Flora, it's her sister who has the same exact powers and acts exactly the same as Flora. Uh-huh. Techna doesn't even exist as a character, which, like... Right, Techna in the show, iconic. So the idea with Winx Club, they're all fairies, but they're also from different planets. Like, they're also aliens, and they're also all princesses. So just deal with that. But Techna's whole thing is that she is into technology. She's like a computer science engineer. And that's the first time I'd ever seen a girl character who was into computers, and not just like computer games, but like the engineering side of stuff. She's really smart. And it's not her nerdiness is never like a thing that's made fun of. It's like her cool ability is that she does computers. And she's still a magical fairy, and she has like digital powers. Like Moose's whole thing is music, Flora's is plants, Stella's is the sun, Bloom's is that she's got this like secret, like it's like fire magic. And then the live action was like, nah, we're not gonna have a woman in STEM in our show, and just was like, no Techna. What? Why? I can't comment on how the plot of the show is or anything. I will say the vibes of it gave me a lot of like Shadowhunters vibes. I mean, frankly, Clary and Jace from the Shadowhunters show look like they could be Bloom and Sky anyway. Which, and like, I watched Shadowhunters, well, I watched like the first season, and I was like, this is okay, but like, young adult stuff isn't really for me, so I was never gonna love the show, because I don't really enjoy young adult stuff, and young adult romance is just not my thing. But just that it was calling itself an adaptation of Winx Club, and it's like, you're not, just be your own original thing. Netflix seems to have this thing of like, we've got to keep doing adaptions, and it's like, I feel like maybe someone on their team wanted to do like a dystopian magic-y show, even though there's already a billion of them. And then they were like, no, you can't, it has to be an existing IP, and then someone was like, what about Winx Club? And now it's a Winx Club themed show. And it's just sad. Like, I don't know, especially when it's like, when anything is adapted from something that had like really good fashion in the show, like fashion dolls, and then it gets a live action adaptation and the fashion is like really fucking boring, it's like, oh. Don't get me wrong, like how Winx Club looked and how the dolls looked were very not realistic. They had like super skinny. I'd say like the Winx Club dolls, which were very much modelled on how the Winx Club girls looked in the show with the teeny tiny waists. This was before Monster High Dolls came out, and then Monster High Dolls came out, and let me tell you, Winx Club clothes and Monster High clothes fit each other perfectly. They are like the exact same body type. So if you guys remember what like Generation 1 Monster High bodies looked like, that's like Winx Club, that's what Winx Clubs looked like. And obviously all the skirts are really short, a lot of crop tops. I'm not saying like that's how they should have dressed the girls. But like you can make it look fun. I saw some people who, I remember watching a video this girl made of like how she would have dressed the Winx Club live action remake. Without it being like too eye-burning, too colourful, but still kind of keeping true to like what the girls would actually wear if you were to translate them. Because it's weird, like the colours they gave the girls in the show don't even match up anyway. Like they put Bloom in red. Bloom's magical girl outfit is blue, not red. Stella's still in yellow. I'm not sure, I haven't even watched the show to know whether or not that character's meant to be Aisha, or Layla, she was called in the 4Kids dub, is in blue instead of green. The girl who's not Flora, because otherwise it would be whitewashing, is wearing green instead of pink. And the girl who is Musa, which again, this also feels weird, I forgot about this, is wearing purple instead of red. But Musa in the cartoon is, I mean, bear in mind they are all from alien planets, but is very much meant to be like Asian American. Like Eastern Asian American, or like, right? And the show, I think, cast a Hispanic actor, which like, okay, great, you didn't completely whitewash her, but like, why like, they could have just like cast a Hispanic actor as Flora and then still kept Musa as Asian. It is weird. But instead now Flora's white, apart from it's not Flora. And Musa's not Asian anymore. It was really, it's strange. I forgot how weird the clothing looked. And I'm looking at it now like, no! This isn't it, fam. The only thing I can hope for with the live action show is that they made Riven less of a toxic piece of shit, because as a kid, I liked Riven, and then as an adult I grew up and was like, oh, he's terrible! It's such a toxic relationship. Also, as far as I'm aware, the live action show doesn't have the witches in it, does it? Icy, Darcy, Stormy. What's the point if you don't have the tricks in there? Like, are you kidding me? My queens? Queens! Musa from Winx Club was my first ever, was like my sexual awakening. Just wanna put that out there. Season 3, she comes in and she's grown her hair really long. And that was the first time I ever like felt like a deeper attraction for the first time, and also the first time I ever felt like for a girl. And I didn't clue in that I was bi, I thought she was really pretty. And then also same with Darcy, the purple witch. Like, this is so bad. I want to see if I could find that video. But like, Bloom's the one in the middle here, right? In all of the red. And for those who haven't seen the show, this is Bloom in the cartoon, who does not wear red, but okay. This is some more like outfits from the cartoon. It's just not the same vibes, is it? And it's not that stuff's unattainable, Because, like, I literally just googled Winx Club fashion, and here's, like, a thumbnail of some video someone made of trying to find, like, outfits that look like... This is Flora, on the right, and Stella on the left. You can find outfits that look like that, and they don't have to be that, like, short either. You could get longer skirts. It is, like... I feel like it's even more boring than what Riverdale's outfits are, though. Like, this is so much better! That's not. It's not. It just looks, the colours look so depressing in the live action show. I'm sorry, Pixie, if you came in once, was like, if you, I need to say this as well now that we've, like, shat on the show. If anyone, I don't have a problem with anyone liking the show. If you're gonna ask my opinions on something, I'm gonna be truthful, and just because I don't like something doesn't mean I think you're stupid for liking it. If anyone enjoys the Winx Club show, I have no problem with people- loads of people enjoy it. Oh my god, it was like #1 on Netflix. Like, if you really like the Winx Club show, I don't got a problem with it. My personal opinion is just like, as a fan of the cartoon, one, I'd have rather it been like an original show than an adaptation, because it doesn't really have that much in common. Two, iffy casting and potential whitewashing stuff, it was weird. And I think the fashion's boring. I can't speak to whether the plot's bad, whether the acting's bad, because I haven't watched it. The plot could be really good. I don't know. Kind of, I'm purely talking about the idea of it and the way it looks, is that I'm like, no, it just is not for me. I don't need more. And even if it was like its original thing, a lot of people have seen that with Netflix recently. That's what they feel about the Velma show and like the Witcher, how the Witcher's gotten, that it feels like Netflix has just been like doing shitty adaptations or not caring about the source material, or like people want to make their own original shows and Netflix keeps saying, nope, you gotta make an adaptation of something. But I think even if some of these things were like their own original shows, I still wouldn't really like them. There's a lot. There's a lot of shows that have come out in the last few years that are like, what if magic, but dark times? Like, what if there's people who have magic, or like people who are superheroes of kind of X-Men powers, but they're being hunted, or but it's like there's some kind of dystopia vibes. That, and even if off the top of your head you can only think of a couple shows, I assure you, there's so many of them that you've like never heard of. It's like when Hunger Games was a thing, and so then the trend was just to like, oh, we need more like kids put in crazy situations, and you got like the Maze Runner and loads of other stuff like secret dark magical thing is like, there's so many of them. It's like the current thing and there's so many of them, and I don't want. The only things I want to watch right now that I haven't got around to watching is the new Puss in Boots movie, but I'm holding off because me and Cry might be watching whatever Cry decides. I might be watching it with Cry, and I'm not gonna watch it on my own before Cry decides if we're watching it together. And The Last of Us, because I want my Pedro Pascal fix. That's like all I'm bothered about watching at the moment. Not that I'm expecting The Last of Us to be like... I know I just complained about dystopian and then I just said The Last of Us. I'm like, yeah, but... It's different. Well, I did. I mean, it's a little bit different, but I'm like, it's not that out of all of those dystopian stuff, some of them are gonna be good. Yeah, the stuff with The Witcher is is just a shame. Henry Cavill wanted to stick to the source material, the directors and writers didn't like the idea, so they just let him walk. Because they'd rather stick to their shitty plot than keep it, honestly. And also, they started, like, trying to slander him. I'm surprised he has every right to fucking sue. Netflix, and not many people paid attention, but they tried running this story. And, like, putting it out in the press. They tried putting it out that Henry saying, I wanna... Well, yeah, I mean, there are articles on it, that, like... Netflix was saying, oh, Henry's been saying that he wants us to remain true to the source material, but actually, he was saying it so often to us. Also, like, some of the writing team are, like, women, so, like, he was, like, mansplaining to them. Actually, him telling us to stick to the source material, that he'd prefer us to stick to the source material and be respectful to the show. Fuck. Actually, I'm gonna talk over the Sailor Moon theme, so I don't care. That Henry wanting to stick to the source material and telling us that is harassment, actually, and because some of the writing team are women staff, therefore it's, like, misogynistic harassment, and he was, like, trying to mansplain The Witcher to them. And I'm like, how dare you? Netflix. It's not harassment for him to tell you that maybe you should stick to the source material. Also, it's not mansplaining when he genuinely knows more about The Witcher than you do. He's an actual fan of the books and the games, whereas I don't think any of you have ever read a single one of the books. Just because he is a man trying to explain something to you does not make it mansplaining and does not give you the right to tell some, like, website journal that him asking for the source material, like, assuming it was, like, him harassing you. Grow the fuck up. Anyway, no one believed the story. Because it's not because... they didn't, like, accuse him of anything that he hasn't said that he's done. But they were just, like, saying, yeah, he did constantly tell us about the source material, and he said it so often that we wanted him to go. We wanted him to go because he was just, like, verbally abusing us by, like, asking us to stick to the source material, is what Netflix said, which is so fucking stupid. That's not what harassment is! My god. Anyway, I hope you guys survived it. I haven't even drawn one sticker. My god. Yeah, I was ranting about Netflix's stupid trying to defend... no, Henry didn't leave because we did bad. We didn't want him anyway because he was so annoying. Bullshit that they tried to pull. Hi, Gawa. This is meant to be a drawing stream, and so far we've drawn a head. That's it. I didn't even do these sketches on stream, I already had them done. All I've done is this head. Yeah, honestly, it really sounded like they were trying to get him cancelled, but I guess, like, they couldn't straight up make something really bad up, otherwise he would sue them for slander, so instead they just tried to say, yeah, he did tell us about the thing, but that was mean, and he shouldn't have done it, and he did it so often that we all were, like, crying ourselves to sleep. Which is chilling to some Sailor Moon music also, by the way. Just kind of keeping the calm vibes. Gonna jam to the Sailor Stars song. Now that the gang's all here. This is your man's song, Julia. Julia has a big old crush on Seiya, by the way. It's weird, when I watched Sailor Moon I never ended up with like a big old crush on anyone. Like, there were characters that I liked, but like, I think it's because Sailor Moon was like the first like anime that I went into, and I was so young that I hadn't, for me, like even crushing on fictional characters didn't start happening until I was like 13, 14. It just, I'm demisexual and I'm demi-romantic, and choice is hard for me. So when I was watching Sailor Moon, I didn't really get that much attraction because I watched it so young. Like, I saw Tuxedo Mask, and, like, I didn't imagine dating him. I imagined, like, being his sibling and, like, being Sailor Earth. Like, that's what I imagined. I didn't, like... I was like, no, I don't want to date Mamoru. That's Usagi's boyfriend. Are you kidding? I thought Zoisite and Kunzite were amazing. First ever gay couple that I saw. As an adult, I probably would simp for Kunzite probably the most out of anyone because I would like to be Zoisite. I want all of Zoisite's gender. Please. And then I can have his boyfriend. As a kid, I liked Helios. I thought he was cute. And as an adult, I'm like, oh, it's a bit creepy though. He's like, he didn't get reincarnated like the rest of them. He just genuinely is still like 500 years old. And he's got this kind of thing with Chibiusa, with Rini, who's like 10. This isn't good. This isn't good. As a kid, I thought it was cute. But, yeah. I look back at it and I'm like, Helios, what are you doing? Out of the girls, I always had, like, I don't know what it is with Sailor Mars. I just think she's neat. Pluto. If I had to, like, be like, which of those scouts are you gonna simp for, which would you Pluto. Please. There's some- I was gonna say there's some MILF vibes going up with Pluto. But it's true! I mean, she basically is like a mother figure to Hotaru. So... Vibe listening to Sailor Moon, watching and having me coffee. Aww. Me and Julia are gonna rewatch Sailor Moon. Julia doesn't remember very much about Sailor Moon. I haven't watched Sailor Moon since I was like 11, but I remember like all of it because I'm a nerd and I think about Sailor Moon a lot. Whereas Julia hasn't watched it since she was 11 and she doesn't remember much. So I had to like, I was talking about Sailor Moon the other day and she's like, stop, I don't remember this stuff and I want to watch it. I'm like, ah shit, I gotta shut my mouth. Because she doesn't want spoiled for the stuff she doesn't remember. We get the transformation songs. Oh, makes me happy. My favorite instrumental Sailor Moon songs are from like oh, which movie? Also, you know what I have a soft spot for? Did I watch Sailor Moon? Oh my god, Lucio! Am I gonna stream Sailor Moon? The thing is, Sailor Moon, like, so much sapphic, but also, like, Achillean vibes as well. Because obviously you've got canonical lesbians, Neptune and Uranus. You got the Sailor Stars, who are gender fluid, or androgynous, or whatever you want to call them, and whatever's going off with the Sailor Stars. You got Zoisite and Kunzite in the original anime. They're not like this in Crystal, but that's because Crystal isn't very good. I don't like Sailor and Crystal, who are both a gay male couple. You got Fisheye, who's gender fluid. All of these things are censored out in the English dub, but they're there in the original Japanese. And then you got the Sailor Moon movie. I don't like Crystal. I don't like the art style. I know the Crystal is meant to be more like the manga, and I think the manga is beautiful. I think the manga illustrations are gorgeous. And I get that Crystal was trying to look more like the manga, but I just think they look a little bit too alien, too non-human. Like, I know anime always has big heads and stuff, but there's something about Crystal where I'm like, the art styles about the eyes and the head, just, they look slightly like uncanny valley to me. Like, they don't look exactly human in a way that kind of creeps me out. Also, one of the things that bugs me with, well, Crystal, the Shintanao, so like Zoisite, Kunzite, Nephrite, Jadeite, and the Scouts don't have any kind of relationship in the manga. In the original anime, some of them get relationships with each other, with the Scouts, with whatever. But the remake anime decided to pair them all up with the Scouts, which was never a thing. There's one illustration where they are all like paired up like that, but the creator of Sailor Moon has literally said it was just for that one illustration, they're not meant to be together. So I don't like that the... Like, whatever, okay, you didn't keep the canon gay couple because that wasn't in the manga. But neither was them all being in straight relationships either. Anyway, I just don't think... Zoisite and Kunzite is a pretty relationship, but if they're not together, whatever. But I think Zoisite and Mercury is just a terrible relationship. I don't know why Crystal did it. They don't have any kind of chemistry. In the English version, they made two characters romantically involved, not gay. Yeah. Yeah, Uranus and Neptune are lesbians. There's also some more stuff now where, like... Some people are headcanon Uranus as non-binary, some people are saying it's canonically implied that Uranus is non-binary. I don't know. But yeah, the English dub made them cousins. Whereas the way that they censored out Zoisite and Kunzite, who are two men who were gay together, there was no way to make those two cousins. Oh my god, they're so fucking... Uranus and Neptune, they were like, yeah, they're just cousins, because there's no bits, I don't think there's a scene where Uranus and Neptune, like, kiss on the lips, or if there is, they edited it out. So all the scenes of them hugging and holding each other, they were like, yeah, they're just girls who are close. But Kunzite and Zoisite are so explicitly romantically gay all the time. There was no way to be like, oh, they're just friends, or oh, they're just siblings. So instead, they just made Zoisite a girl in the English dub, because there was no way to not make it. Like, they can't keep their hands off each other. I love them so much, they're my favourites. So the dub just made Zoisite a girl. Which, Zoisite already looks a little feminine, like Zoisite has like long hair, gender. So they just made Zoisite a girl in the dub, because there was no way where they could keep them both guys and it not look very gay. Fish Eye's gender fluid in the dub. Gender fluid in the original, and is, a girl in the dub. The stars in the original are AFAB. Assigned female at birth. They seemingly are fine being referred to as women. When they go to Earth, they disguise themselves as men. And are fine when in these disguises being referred to as male pronouns, flirting with women. And then when they do the magical transformations, they clearly are AFAB, like they're wearing like bikinis. And the dub was like, fuck, how do we make this not look like androgynous lesbians? I know. We'll make it that when they are wearing male clothes and pretending to be men, that they've actually shapeshifted. Then it won't be as gay. It's like, what? That's still just as gay. You just basically made them canonically gender fluid in the dub. That didn't make them less gay. There was really no way to get to try and get around the Sailor Stars issue. But there's so many vibes from the Scouts anyway in the manga, and a little bit in the anime, but especially in the manga, between like Venus and Usagi kind of having like bisexual energy, like. But for the boy vibes, I was trying to remember which Sailor Moon movie it is, but there's a Sailor Moon movie. It's my favorite. It's one of my favorite Sailor Moon things. So there's a couple Sailor Moon movies, and there's a character in this Sailor Moon movie called Fior, who is this alien boy, who, it's not explicitly stated that he's in love with Tuxedo Mask, but you decide. They met when they were kids, and Fior was so taken with him that he came back as an adult and has kidnapped Tuxedo Mask because I'm the only one who gets to have him. I don't want Sailor Moon to have him. He gave me a rose when I was little, and I just have not been able to stop thinking about him. So now, also, like, Tuxedo Mask gets to be the damsel in distress for the movie, which is great, and, like, Sailor Moon has to rescue him. Iconic. She gotta go get her mans, but like, the movie's, it's very gay. The Scouts dude in distress, that's great. I fucking love that movie. It feels, it's very gay. Julia can die on her Usagi Seiya hill. I don't, for me personally, okay, we're gonna talk about Sailor Moon. Just talking about Sailor Moon now. I'm an Usagi Mamoru shipper. Now, is there any great couple in Sailor Moon? Is there any good romance for Usagi? Not, like, in terms of perfect, because, like, animes back then really liked tropes of having guys and girls, like, bully each other, basically. Like, oh, if they argue with each other all the time, it's good chemistry. That's just how all anime was back then, or a lot of anime was back then. So you can look at, like, Mamoru and Usagi and be like, he kind of bullies her at the beginning. It's like, yeah, this is what was romance in cartoons by then. Like, that's what people thought was a good portrayal of a romance. It wasn't just a Sailor Moon thing. I'm not gonna judge Mamoru on that, I'm judging the writing team on that. But they are basically canonically soulmates. We know that they have a kid in the future, and if they don't get together, then oops, that kid's gonna not exist. Also, when you see, like, their future selves, when you see Neo Queen Serenity and King Endymion, hello, I would like to kiss both of you, please. Like, future, like, adult Mamoru and Usagi are both so pretty. I am very bi. Like, I just leave that there. And my problem with Seiya is just like, so Julia might have to plug her ears because I'm gonna say some spoilers. Okay, the non-spoilery stuff I can say is like, Mamoru and Usagi are in a relationship at the time that Seiya shows up, and Seiya, like, is asking Usagi, can I go out with you? And Usagi's like, no, I got a boyfriend. And Seiya just really doesn't take no for an answer and continuously, like, follows her, tries to kiss her, and she doesn't want him to, and I'm just like, I don't like this. Which, oh my god, talking about kisses. In the original manga, there was a bit where Uranus, like, non-consensually kisses Sailor Moon. Bad, and it's not a good trope to, like, and it kind of feeds into the predatory lesbian trope. So the original anime took it out. They took it out because they were like, yeah, this isn't necessary. It kind of feeds into the predatory lesbian trope. So the original anime took it out. And then the Sailor Moon Crystal comes along and puts it back in. Look, Seiya's not, I'm not saying that about Seiya to, like, upset Julia, make Julia feel bad. Seiya's not, like, it's not, like, really intense or, like, harassment or anything like that. It's just enough that makes me uncomfortable. Like, she tells him that she has a boyfriend, and he's like, well, is he here? I don't care. It's like, no, Seiya, she said leave her, she said she didn't want to. Like, he never, like, straight up, like, tries to force her to do anything physical. Like, so, like, I would say trigger warning that there is something with another character that gets close to that. With Demande. That's a whole different issue. He is a villain. But Seiya's not, like, bad. There's just enough stuff there where I'm like, she said she had a boyfriend. She said she's had a boyfriend multiple times, and you keep trying. And spoiler alert now. I'm gonna go into major Sailor Moon spoilers for the final season. I'll type in chat, Julia can mute, and anyone else who needs to mute, and then I'll type when the spoilers are over. So, Seiya kind of also prays on the fact that, like, you know, like, why didn't you go out with me? I really like you. And Usagi's like, I got a boyfriend. Seiya's like, well, where is he? Is he here? No, Mamoru's away on, like, a cultural exchange trip. He's currently studying in, like, England or something. And Usagi's getting really upset because Mamoru's not texting her back, hasn't called her. She's getting really worried and down, and Seiya's like, well, look, and you can understand, like, I can understand, like, people who looking at that and being like, well, your boyfriend's ghosting you. Seiya's right here. Why don't you get with Seiya? And, like, as far as Seiya knows, in his head, in Seiya's mind, they could be completely, you know, they don't know what's going on with Mamoru. They might completely think... Oh, sorry about that. That's from my airdrops. They might completely think that Mamoru's, like, an asshole who's ignoring Usagi. So I'm not gonna get on Seiya for this, because Seiya has no way of knowing what's happened to Mamoru. And what's happened to Mamoru is he's dead! On the plane when he's leaving to go on his exchange trip, he gets killed on the plane. That's why he's not texted Usagi back. So this whole time she, you know, Seiya doesn't know this. Seiya just thinks maybe her boyfriend's a deadbeat and I could treat you better. Now, Usagi has still said, no, I got a boyfriend and I love him, and also, you know, I've literally met our daughter from the future, and if I don't continue to be with him, she's not going to exist. And I really like her and I wanted to exist. So, like, Seiya has no way of knowing that the guy's not a deadbeat and is actually dead. So I'm not gonna blame Seiya for that. But she still has brushed him off and said, I got a boyfriend, I don't want to date you multiple times, and he still continuously keeps trying to date her. And like, dude, I know that you don't know that Mamoru's dead, and you just think he's a deadbeat, but even if she does have a shitty deadbeat boyfriend, if she says no, you need to back up a bit. You know, you can be her friend and then maybe eventually she'll come to her senses and dump this deadbeat boyfriend and then maybe she'll be with you, but like, stop pressuring her. But yeah, no, he's not a deadbeat, he's fucking dead. And you don't find this out until the end of the season. Like, you go this whole season thinking Mamoru's just kind of an asshole now, and then like at the end it's revealed, no, he's been fucking dead this whole season, you're like, oh my god! Huh, that's the last- okay. Everyone, shush. Okay. Anyway, so that's the more context for the situation. So, like, with that context, you know, I don't hate Seiya. Seiya has no way of knowing what is going on with Usagi and Mamoru's life. In Seiya's mind, they're like, I don't think Mamoru treats you very well, I could treat you better. Oh, no, Juliet! No, the spoilers actually make Seiya look better. Okay? No, don't be worried. Seiya's not a bad person. I just think they're a little bit too pushy with Usagi. Like, Usagi's like, I got a boyfriend, and Seiya's like, yeah, but I could treat you better. And she's like, no, but I got a boyfriend. He's like, yeah, but I could treat you. It's like, shh. But at the same time, from Seiya's perspective, if you put yourself in Seiya's perspective, Mamoru seemed like a deadbeat in the last season. Isn't communicating with Usagi very much, so you kind of like, from Seiya's perspective, I can understand. He sees Usagi, maybe they fall in love with Usagi, and they're like, Jesus, you deserve better, Usagi. Like, so, I understand it. Like, Seiya's not like this big asshole. I just think even with the context, even if Mamoru was like this, like the worst boyfriend in the world, I still feel like, to me, just for me personally, they come off as a little too pushy. But for other people personally, they don't. For other people personally, they love Seiya, and they love the chemistry, and in fact that they're like, well, is it any worse than how Mamoru kind of bullied Usagi in season 1? And it's like, probably not, to be honest. You could easily look at some of Mamoru's behavior and be like, he's been a piece of shit sometimes too, and I'm like, yep. He's not perfect. So, Juliet, please don't be worried. Please don't be worried. I don't have a problem. I don't think, like, if I thought Seiya was like a full-on asshole, I would just say it. But I don't. I just personally prefer... I prefer, like, shipping Seiya with, their princess that they're looking for. I like the idea of that as a couple. I think Seiya was, like, this kind of, like, protecting knight for Princess Kaguya. I always forget what her name is. I like that. I think that's really cute. Especially if Seiya, like, instead of a bikini, had more like a kind of armor-looking, more masculine suit. That kind of aesthetic. Protecting Kaguya, I'm like, that's cute. Also, I feel like it's kind of implied that Seiya also likes... Because the whole reason why the stars on Earth is they're looking for their princess who's gone missing. And I always felt like it was kind of implied that Seiya also has feelings for the princess. I don't know if that's true, I haven't watched it since I was 11. Maybe that was just me shipping them. Maybe it's not canonical that Seiya also has feelings for the prince. I always just kind of got those vibes. And I think they'd be cute together. Yeah, Julie, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I mean, there's even an episode in season 1 where, like, there's a whole episode. Well, I think the English dub actually made them more bitchy to each other. That's another thing. So in Sailor Moon, if you guys watch the English dub, you might remember the scouts being quite mean to each other and arguing a lot at the beginning, especially Mars and Usagi. Like, all the fucking time. That doesn't really happen as much in the original Japanese, they pretty much get along straight away and are really nice and friendly. But it's like the English dub was like, girls can't get along, and had to make them fight more, but they're not that argumentative and they don't fight that often in the original Japanese. Like, but they do all much. I love the characters all seem teachable for the most part and keep growing. Yeah, I do think that as well. Like, Mamoru, season 1 Mamoru is not a cool guy. I mean, there's that whole episode, where like him and Rei and Usagi are like all at like the park together or whatever, and they're both like fighting over him. It's he calls her a dummy all the time. It's not very nice. But they definitely, like, at the same time, they are kids. So, they get better. The only trigger warnings I'd give for Sailor Moon is, like, the stuff with secrets. Hi, Ninja. Is the stuff with Demande and Sailor Moon, because he's got a really unhealthy interest in her and she really doesn't want it. It's not like Seiya where you could be like, Usagi clearly is also attracted to Seiya, I should say that, as much as Seiya kind of is a bit too pushy with Usagi for my taste. Usagi clearly is attracted to him, whereas Usagi's not attracted to Demande and he like kidnaps her and it's like, Look up the warnings for that scene if you're not gonna like it. It's not graphic, but like, it's very much implied, like, if someone doesn't save her, we know what's gonna happen. And then I would say the stuff with Chibiusa and Dark Lady. And when Chibiusa's introduced, which is their daughter from the future, Usagi and Mamoru are having a smooch. Chibiusa falls from the sky, lands on Usagi's head, and ends up taking the place of the smooch, and ends up kissing Mamoru on the lips. Who is her dad? Now, none of them know this. Obviously, Usagi and Mamoru don't know because she's their child from the future. I never know how Rini... I don't understand how Rini doesn't know. Sorry, this is the best Sailor Moon music. But yeah. So, and then like later she gets aged up. I don't know how Rini doesn't recognize that, wow, these people look exactly like my parents. Like, no one else in the world has this kind of donut ball, pigtail hairstyle, but it's fine. She gets and then there's the you know, the whole scene where she gets brainwashed to be evil, and while she's evil, she decides to brainwash Mamoru into, like, being her pet lover. Reminder, that's her dad. She doesn't know and he doesn't know. But, like... Why? We had Superman syndrome, I guess. But then how come when how come when Usagi transforms into Sailor Moon, Rini doesn't go, oh my god, my mom I guess they never told Rini, oh, by the way, Rini, when we were younger, we were superheroes on Earth. I guess they just didn't get around to telling her yet. I don't understand. Or maybe they, like, we can't tell her because we know she's gonna go back in time and she can't know because of fate or something. Oh no. Anyway, I know that looking back I'm gonna find the Chibiusa and Pegasus storyline uncomfortable. As a kid I thought it was cute. As an adult I'm like, she's 10 and he's like 500. But it's fine because we all know Chibiusa and Hotaru are the better couple. Behind Ninja, sorry, we're in the middle of talking about Sailor Moon. You got Pizza Hut en route? Fuck yeah. We might be having takeout tonight, it depends. My mum did say as a birthday treat she might use the birthday money she got off her mum to order fish and chips for all of us tonight. So we'll see. Yeah, I don't know how Rini doesn't recognize, unless it at some point is established, and I just don't remember because it's been so long, that they put some kind of spell on Rini so she wouldn't recognize her own parents for her own safety. Maybe? And that... Serenity and Endymion didn't just didn't tell her very much about their life on Earth yet. I don't know. I always remember this short cartoon, well, I can't remember if it's a cartoon or a comic, that was making fun of, like, why don't anyone recognize the Sailor Scouts when they're out of their uniform, and someone was like, it's the nail polish! It's the sparkly nail polish from the beginning of the transformation sequences, that has all those powers in it, and then they accidentally, like, shoot laser beams out of the nail polish and accidentally, like, kill Tuxedo Mask. Hi, Annika, hoi hoi. I wonder if I could find it. All this cinnamon top makes me really want to watch it, but Julia wants us to finish ENVtuber first. Yeah, if I put cinnamon nail polish, it's just coming up with cinnamon nail polish you can buy. I'm like, no, it was like this meme thing. Animation? No, I'm never gonna find it. It was so long ago. But I know it's because some people are like, why did the transformation sequences bother with showing them putting nail polish on? If they then all put gloves on over the top of the nail polish, it's like, shush! I don't know the answer to these questions. Well, can we finish Adventure Time soon? Alright, I'm gonna BRB, and then I'm gonna come back and I'm finished Run Julian and then we'll end stream because I want to at least get one drawing done. But I need to run and get some more water. And I'll be right back. Alright, I have water, I've put my eye drops in. Oh, bye Lauren! Oh, it's fun talking about Sailor Moon. I might switch to some different Sailor Moon music. Because we've already worked our way through this playlist, and now it's kind of repeating. And there's some Sailor Moon songs that I really like that aren't on this. This is called the Ultimate Sailor Moon OST playlist. And yeah, I'm like, some of my favourite songs were not on here, like the Sailor Scouts transformation. Like Mars, Mercury, Jupiter, and Venus have their own themes, and they were not in this playlist. And that is a crime. But don't worry, I have every single Sailor Moon soundtrack album, so alright. Maybe I'll play. I think the. Is this one of the movies that have like some of my favorite? Yeah. Honestly, the couple Sailor Moon movies have some of my favorite soundtracks. Yeah, these are two movies that I really like, and then Sailor Moon S. I'm gonna make myself a little playlist. And we can just jam out to these. I have the English ones as well. Because the English dub of Sailor Moon had its own original music for the first 1 or 2 seasons. And then they just used the Japanese music. Merlin, hello, come in. I'm trying to do my best. My eye hurts, but we're trying to be okay. And I'm hoping it'll feel better tomorrow. I ate too much takeout, like at a bad way, but it was so good. Oh, Annika, no. So I'm gonna try and get this drawing done. I asked Mom if she wanted takeout tonight. Ninja's also having takeout, and then I'm gonna have takeout, maybe. I asked my mom. And she's like, oh, well, your dad's out at the moment. I want to wait till he gets back, so... Maybe by the time we end stream, your dad will be back. And I'm sure dad'll just say, it's up to your mom. So it's like, we didn't need to wait anyway. But if we get takeout, it's gonna be fish and chips, because that's what my mom wants. So let's try and get this drawing finished so we can say that I've done something on the stream today. I should do the arms first. Couldn't resist the garlic Terran share. They are very good. Love me some bread and some cheese. And it's both combined. Oh, the cute dog that lives up the road just went past. I'm like, oh yeah, and the guy walking in, but I'm like, no, you don't understand. It's like I don't know what he is. He's not a golden retriever, but he's golden doggy. And whenever he gets walked, he's like, he grabs his own lead in his mouth to help like pull himself along. And he's not like a puppy either, he's like a full-grown dog. I'm like, this is the fucking cutest shit I've ever seen. So like he's like, his owner's like got his hands on the lead, but then the dog himself has also like taken his own lead in his mouth and is like this. We're listening to Sailor Moon music at the moment, Anako. God, while I was BRBing, I was thinking about like what was on my mind this morning when I was getting my lunch, which was like I really want to make more video essays. For those that don't know, I have like one video essay that I made on my Empty Masks YouTube channel, which is like a critique of the gender fluid representation and transphobia in the Loki series. And it's like 1.5 hours long, and it took me months to make. But it, well, I would say I enjoyed the process. I mean, I didn't enjoy that I was having to do research into a lot of things that made me very upset. I love the Sailor Sense transformation music so much. And then I also made a little video that's just called European Musicals Being Gay for 30 minutes, which isn't a video essay, it's just a compilation of clips from like German, Austrian, French musicals that are very gay. But I really want to make video essays about musicals that I love, and I really want to do an Elizabeth Dust musical one, but I don't know how to structure it, because I would love to gush about the original production and then shit on the current productions, because like there's just been such a decline in quality that like pretty much all the fandom feels. But I don't know how to structure it or what to call it, because it feels like bad to like, I don't know, if I gush about the original and then talk about the decline of quality, is that going to be a sour note to end it on? I don't know. But I know one that I've had an idea for a while and even started a script for. I fucking love the song, okay, it's so distracted. Which is, not just about one musical, but I was like trying to think of like, is there a way I can present multiple musicals at once? And I'd love to do a video essay about vampire musicals, and I want to call it something like the vampire musicals that suck and the one that doesn't, or even just like vampire musicals suck, but like the structure that I want to give the video is like start off with kind of going over musicals, going over, did you know the vampire ones? You'd be surprised, Dracula alone has like 30+ musical adaptations. And talking about how they're all bad, because they are. They fucking suck. Oh my god, they're all so bad. Why? I don't know. We're starting off with like the Broadway production Dance of the Vampires, which was the first ever vampire musical on Broadway, and it flopped so hard. It's so bad. It's a Broadway adaptation of Tanz die Vampire. It's so bad. It's so bad. And then talking about like the Lestat musical that was on Broadway and also flopped real hard. The French-Canadian Dracula musical. The French Dracula musical, which is the one that has the CGI fairies. Where Dracula doesn't sing or speak, he just conveys what he wants to say through the power of interpretive dance. And then Frank Wildhorn's Dracula, which had a one on Broadway that was not good, and then it had a German production which was better, and then now it's actually finding quite a lot of success in South Korea. And be like, well, I guess that's the best we're gonna get. But wait, what's this? And then reveal that the true title of the video isn't just like, the vampire musicals that suck, and then add like a subtitle that's like, and the one that doesn't. And it's Tanz die Vampire, and it's here to save the day, because it's the only good vampire musical that's ever been made, and then I get to gush about Tanz die Vampire. And that's how I would like to structure that video. We start off by being like, vampire musicals suck, they all suck, they're shit, look at this piece of shit, look at this piece of shit, look at this piece of shit. Anyway, video's over. Unless, and then just like gush about Tanz die Vampire and how good it is. I really want to make that video essay. I'll make it so bad. Because then I get to gush about Tanz die Vampire. But I think also if I just made a video with like, Tanz die Vampire is great and here's why, or like, the best vampire musical or stuff like that might not be as catchy as like, won't be as like, clickbaity or like as catchy, maybe draw people in as much as like, look at these shit shows of vampire musicals. Look at Michael Crawford, aka the original Phantom of the Opera, playing Krolok on Broadway and doing the worst Italian accent you could ever imagine. Why is he Italian? I don't know. The men would be like from Romania or something. It's so bad. It's so bad. I don't think I've ever shown you guys clips from Dance of the Vampires. The Broadway it's because they rewrote the entire show. They were like, what do we do? Oh, even though this show is so successful in Austria and Germany, I'm not sure if it had any other foreign productions. I think it'd been in Estonia by that point. I think that's it. They were like, is it going to appeal to audiences over here? We should make some changes. And then they were like, who should we get to play Krolok? I know, Michael Crawford, the original Broadway and West End Phantom from Phantom of the Opera. We should have him as the Vampire Man. And that's like, then we've got like this star in our cast and it'll get more people to come. So they were like, hey, Mr. Crawford, would you like to do it? And he was like, I'm fed up of being typecast. I want to be able to do things different than Phantom. And they were like, okay. And he was like, but I'll do it though. Oh no, Sluggy. Okay, let me finish. You found. I didn't announce those. I forgot I added those. I'll do that in a second. And he was like, but wait, actually, I want to do it. And because they were like, well, we only want, but the show's like, we only want to cast you because we basically want you to play the Phantom again. And he was like, but I don't want to just be typecast. I'll only do it if I don't have to play him like the Phantom. And they're like, well, our script and the whole show kind of revolves around Krolok being exactly like the Phantom, apart from, like, better. He doesn't kidnap anyone, and he's actually, like, only does, like, things consensually. So kind of like a better Phantom. So even though you saying you don't want to play him like the Phantom completely goes against the script, yeah, come aboard, Michael Crawford. And he was like, cool, now I'm aboard. I want you to rewrite the whole script. And they're like, what? And he's like, yeah, rewrite the whole script. I want to help work on the script. And I want you to put in, like, loads of jokes. And, like, Tales of Vampire already is a comedy, but it's, like, a dark comedy. Like, a lot of you have seen it. I've shown it multiple times in my Discord. Whereas, like, Dance of the Vampires decided instead of kind of this kind of, like, dark humor... And don't get me wrong, there's some, like, boob jokes in Tales of Vampire, you know. But Dance of the Vampires is like, what if we just made loads of, like... penis jokes and poop jokes all the time? And no, what? What? And what if instead of Herbert being, like, a character who is canonically gay and is a little camp, and so, depending on the actor playing, and, like, some people think Herbert is fine gay representation, some people don't like it, whatever. But the Dance of the Vampires one is completely terrible. Like, they go so into, like, predatory gay trope, like, it's bad. Would I grace your eyeballs with, I don't know. Maybe I'll show you guys, but first, I added a couple extra redeems, and I didn't say anything about them at the start of this comeback stream, because I honestly forgot about them. So, Sluggy has redeemed squats. I forgot how many squats I said I would do. Let's do 5. I added the squat redeem because someone I follow has a squat redeem, and I wish I could remember their name, because I really like their streams. And I would love to tell you what their name is. But anyway, it's a redeem to get me out of my chair. I'm gonna do 5 squats, and then I'll make you guys watch something you'll never be able to see. Gonna feel so bad. Okay. 1. You won't hear it. My knees do. One of my knees does like to crack a lot. 2. That, yep. I don't know if the mic picked that up. 3. 4. 5. No, okay, my knee cracked and I also, like, put my hands down on my desk. So if you heard, like, a thud, that was me tapping my desk. But my knee cracked one of the 5 squats. Don't know if it picked it up. Oh boy. There you go. You made me do squats. There's a big cooldown on it because I don't do like loads of like exercise, so I don't want people like redeeming the squats every 5 minutes and then I can't feel my legs the next day. But I would love to make vampire musicals. Vampire musicals suck, and then have the plot twist of, apart from fucking Dance of the Vampire, it's so good. So, Dance of the Vampires is in full on YouTube. I hate that I know the person who uploaded it, so it got taken down. Fucking Aiden re-uploaded it. Why would you do this? We were free from it. Oh god. Oh no. It's a small world in this fandom. Not for this. But not for this version. I think what we'll do, because some of you haven't seen Towns de Vampire before, let's pick a clip. Let's compare the same scene, shall we? I should say, to preface, obviously it is a non-replica production. What that means is, Levi, hi, I love you. So, well, shh. Okay, so let's say you take a musical like Phantom of the Opera, right? It opens in London. They want to open it in New York on Broadway. And they decide, we want it to look exactly the same. It's already successful enough, you know, we want the same staging, the same costumes, the same set design, everything the same. That's a replica production. A replica production of a musical or play means they kept the same design. It has the same costumes, the same set pieces, the same staging, right? A non-replica means they completely redid all of the costumes and all of the staging. So obviously Tons of Vampire is non-replica, they also made their own costumes and stuff. So let's take, for example, like, Sarah getting seduced by Krolok. I mean, this is not the first time he's appeared to her and been like, why don't you come with me? So let's go find, you know, this is how it is in the original. This is not the original Austrian 1998 production. This is from Berlin in 2011, but it's the same staging and the same costume. So this is, you know. Hi, Joe. We've got this cool effect of like, you think he's up there, and then boom, surprise, he's down here. That was just an ensemble member up at the top. And he's here, and he's got these like long fingers, and they've done like contouring on the fingers to make him look even longer. He's got this long black wig with grey streaks in it. And his fancy clothes, and like contouring on his face. And to me personally, a nice voice. And you're like, I could imagine being seduced by this. Like, cool. How did they ruin this? I don't want to do it. I don't want to do that. I've never watched it. I've never watched it in full because I can't. I've watched it in pieces, and even then, it's so hard. Someone made. I watched this video of these two like German girls watching it, and oh good lord, they made the point of like, it's like they had no money for sets. Like, sometimes the sets is just like one chair on the stage and there's nothing else. It's like, what did they spend the budget on? Okay, so this is Okay, so Shigal's locked her in her room. Oh, maybe this... They changed things around. So, okay, so I'm not sure. I think they merged both of these scenes into the same thing. So, you know, we got this scene, and we also got his first appearance, which is after Sarah, like... blows out her candle, he comes out, and he has this whole solo. But it was like the top... Oh, yeah, I mean, Broadway is like the, you know, what people kind of think of like the best musicals go here. But there's a lot of Broadway flops. There's historically like the original Carrie musical. Dance of the Vampires, the English production of Tanzi Vampire, is one of the best known terrible musicals. Like, there's a bunch of Broadway musicals that are infamous for like being really bad and closing after like a week of being open because the reviews were that bad or no one turned up and the cast got booed at the end. Oh Jesus, I have been very aware of Bad Cinderella and all of the drama that it has had over here. How Andrew Lloyd Webber, like, it opened. We didn't need another Cinderella. I mean, you know, it was called Cinderella, and then they renamed it to Bad Cinderella as the like a prophecy foretelling itself. It opened up over here. A New York critic came over, gave it, and all the critics here was like, oh, it's so good. I think they were just starved because it was the first musical that opened after the pandemic. Broadway critic comes over, gives it a terrible review. Andrew Lloyd Webber loses his mind because no one can damage his ego at all because it's so fucking massive and yet so fragile. He calls up the cast from his, like, private mansion on some holiday island that he owns and screams at them down the phone and tells them that they're all, like, useless and they're the reason that his musical is, like, failing, despite the fact that the review praised the actors and criticized the music and the writing. But, oh no, it can't be Sir Andrew Lloyd Webber's fault, so he calls them up and he screams at them down the phone. Show has to go on, so all the cast is still going along, and you know, a lot of teens are really identifying with the show, but the show basically is Andrew Lloyd Webber tried to write feminist Cinderella, and the way he did it is make Cinderella like I'm not like other girls, and the fairy godmother is a plastic surgeon, and it really kind of like shames girls who are really heavy on wanting to be stereotypically beautiful, and like wearing a lot of makeup, like wearing pink, or you like having like or really shaming women who have plastic surgery. Like it's not. I mean, this is what happens when a man tries to write a feminist tale, right? So he does that. The musical happens, okay. It's staying open. That's great, which means it's staying open long enough now that the cast needs a turnaround. Like, happens all the time. Like, Phantom of the Opera has not have the same person playing Phantom for the past 30 years. So, okay, new cast. The new cast are in rehearsals, they're getting ready to take over. Current cast is still performing. And then Andrew Lloyd Webber tells the press the show's closing before he tells any of the people who are actually working on the show. And a week after he just brought on this whole new replacement cast. How do you just decide randomly right now that the show is closing? You just brought on a whole new replacement cast who signed on to work for you for seemingly like 6 months to a year, turned down other jobs and other work to work on this musical. And now it's closing. Did you not know a week ago when you hired them that it was gonna close? And the current cast who are on stage, like, they found out about it via social media. Carrie Hope Fletcher, who is playing Cinderella, who, if you don't know, is, like, quite a big star over here of the West End. She's played Fantine and Eponine in Les Mis. She's, like, a really big British YouTuber. And he really, like, Andrew Lloyd Webber really, like, bigged it up as if Carrie was, like, her brother was also, like, yes, Carrie Hope Fletcher, the YouTuber. She was also Wednesday in the Addams Family musical over here. Her brother is Tom from McFly. Like, she's not a nobody. And, she's also played Veronica on Heathers on the West End, when Heathers first opened over here. Like, she's not a nobody. She's very well known over here. And Andrew Lloyd Webber was really like, she's like a star in the making. I discovered her. It's like, no, you fucking didn't. What are you talking about? People are mostly going to the show just to see Carrie. To be honest, like... Anyway, so Carrie's not on stage that day because it's her day off. Her alternate is playing Cinderella. She finds out from home, from, like, someone ringing her, like, did you see the news? And she's like, what? And she's like, and they're like, look at Broadway.com. And she's like, what? So the cast and crew find out via the social media that they don't have a job anymore. And it's like, what the fuck? And then on the final closing day of the show, and people are so sweet and standing by the cast, because this is such a terrible, like, it just sucks. One of the producers comes out and is like, I've got a letter here from Andrew Lloyd Webber to read to you all. The cast, the audience, because there's recordings of this, boos the mention of his name, and some of the crew, like, some of the cast on stage you can see is starting to, like, laugh. And, like, so Andrew Lloyd Webber's given one of these poor, like, producers or directors to come out and, like, read this letter from him in front of the cast, wherein Andrew Lloyd Webber says, via this producer mouthpiece, that the show overall was a costly mistake. He has it read aloud in front of the cast that have been working their butts off, that the whole show was a mistake. Like, imagine how they feel. Oh my god. So the show closes, and we're like, Jesus Christ, thank God. Goodbye, Cinderella. No wonder you renamed yourself to Bad Cinderella. Then it gets announced it's going on Broadway, and the moment I heard it's going to Broadway, I'm like, oh, this is gonna be such a fucking shit. What are they doing? What are they doing? So anyway, it's going to Broadway. It's now been like 6 months, and it's had its first, like, preview. And oh no. So, the one thing that didn't need changing with Bad Cinderella is the costumes. The costumes and design was fine. Everyone was fine with them. It's fine. They changed the costumes. They look so bad. Like, the whole point of Bad Cinderella, right? In this musical, Cinderella is, one, basically like a pick-me girl, but also, she's like a goth. She dresses very gothic. Well, not like super gothic, but she's got like black lipstick, she's got kind of greasy looking hair, she's wearing like tartan. She looks very visibly different from everyone else in town. Everyone in town is wearing very normie clothing. She's very clearly alternative. Everyone points at her and goes, she dresses like a freak, right? The Broadway version, she's wearing like the exact same clothes as everyone else in town. What? I mean, if you want a rundown of everything that's happened with Bad Cinderella, I would totally recommend Mickey Joe Theatre. He's a theatre critic in the UK, and a YouTuber, and he's great. And Wait in the Wings, who is a YouTuber who makes really amazing video essays on musicals, mostly like Broadway. He lives out of America. Would so recommend Wait in the Wings videos. He just put out a video of him and Mickey Joe on like a Zoom call for half an hour, just being like, so Bad Cinderella opened. And, like, they seem like they've changed some of the songs and stuff, but, like, the songs, but not really, like, there's things that needed changing with the songs. They've, like, changed the order of some of the songs, cut one out, put a new one in, but overall, the songs are the same as they were on the West End, and that was the thing that nobody liked. And they kept the songs the same, and instead changed the costumes, which were fine. And now they just look... I don't know how this show's gonna survive. I don't know. We can go back to Towns in a second. I want to see if I can find a comparison. The critiques were that the songs weren't good, and then they didn't. They didn't change the songs. So, like, here's Cinderella in London. This is Carrie. She's got, like, purple lipstick on. She's got kind of torn up clothing. She's got a lot of eyeliner on. Hair's kind of a mess. Like, very visibly dressed differently than everyone else in town, because otherwise why else would everyone point to her and be like, you're not like us? So, and then it just opened on Broadway, and instead of having this kind of big chunky boots, messy hair, kind of torn sleeves, kind of gothic kind of look, this is what she looks like on Broadway. What is that? What is that outfit? What is it? Can someone tell? Because I don't actually even understand. Like, they look like I don't even understand the construction of this outfit. Like, she's not got much makeup on. She's got, like, spiky hair kind of going off. Okay. And then is this, like, two different shirts with a corset? Like, so we've got, like, this blue up here, as if maybe that's an undershirt, and then maybe she's got this kind of lower neck kind of grey shirt over the top, maybe, and, like, then this corset over the top? Is this, like, 3 layers, and then also this coat, and then what looks like velvet kind of leggings? One, she's dressed like everyone else in town. They all look the same. Why are they calling her a freak and saying they want to, like, burn her and drive her out of town? She looks the same. 2, this is the ugliest fucking outfit I've ever seen. I mean, like, I don't just mean because, like, it's like an eyesore and, like, none of the colours go together, but I mean, like, what even? It looks like they try to be, like, kind of like Anne de Juliet, with a kind of, like, this kind of modern but kind of medieval kind of, but it's like, it's so ugly. What is that? But Cinderella's a whole saga. Anyway, I'm sorry if that's how you find out that Andrew Lloyd Webber acts stinky. I mean, this is the man who flew over to the UK from his private holiday home just to vote against, like, rich people having to pay more taxes. Anyway, remember we were talking about a different shit show. Sexy Vampire Man. You know, isn't this great? Here he is. He's singing to Sarah. He's like, you know, I could take you away from, like, your abusive dad and stuff and treat you good. He's not doing an accent. I mean, Drew Sarich is an American actor. But when he speaks German and when he sings German, because he lives in Austria, he tends to have an Austrian accent. So he has, like, a bit of an Austrian accent when he sings, but that makes sense. This is, like, in Germany, like... But the point is he's not putting on, like, a Transylvanian accent, and he's definitely not putting on an Italian accent, because for some reason Michael Crawford was like, Von Krolock. Graf von Krolock, which is Count von Krolock. You know what that sounds like? That sounds Italian to me. It's like, what? It has von in it. You think that sounds I'm so sorry for what's about to happen. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. Okay, that's Sarah's dad. He's all freaked out. He's gone. He's left Sarah alone. Boy, I hope a vampire doesn't show up. I actually really hope one doesn't. God, it's so... I don't want to do it. I can't do it. I don't want to do it. I can't. It's so bad. Okay. Oh, God. I don't want to do it. May I point out, you may be like, oh, is the audience laughing because they're laughing at the jokes? No. No. When the jokes happen, the audience doesn't laugh that much. It's kind of the rest of the time the audience laugh. They're not laughing with the show, at the jokes. They're laughing at it. Because it's so bad and they're so uncomfortable. This is one of the biggest flops in Broadway history, and it makes me so sad that people don't know, like, the good musical is still playing in Germany. You can go to Stuttgart and see it right now if you want. Oh, God. Oh, there he is. It's Mike Crawford. Why is he instantly making kind of sexual jabs? You're meant to be like a respectful, like, I'm gonna seduce you because I'm actually like a gentleman. Not like, what is that? Also, you can't see, but I just want you to know that he's got like kind of bright, kind of orange hair, and he has like a chain around his neck. You know, like what Dracula wears in like the Universal Monsters, where he has that like red ribbon necklace with that medallion on it. Yeah, Krolok has like one of those in this, apart from it's just got a giant fucking K on it. You know, for K for Krolok. Like he's like Superman or something. Oh, fine, I'll keep playing. No! 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 No, Okay, just bear in mind, I warned you guys about the Italian accent, and if you didn't believe me, it's your fault.
It's me. Oh no, we have a rendezvous, remember?
Remind me.
The total eclipse of La Luna? At your birthday ball at my castle?
Yes. Now I remember.
By invitation only? I smell cabbage. You are here incognito, princess?
I'm not a princess.
Oh, but you are. I can hear the royal blood in your tender heart. So, will you come to my ball to dance in red velvet boots?
Red velvet boots? But I hardly know you.
I hardly know myself. Sometimes I look in the mirror and I wonder, where have I gone?
Don't clap that! Don't clap that!
I'm so frightened.
It feels good, doesn't it? Oh, come to my castle by midnight tomorrow and forever, Sarah, be my queen.
Queen?
My queen! Or never speak to me again. This is a one-time special offer.
Always hope for so little from this life.
Oh, Cara. Cara Sarah. Cara Saranissima. You break my heart. Do you not hunger for more than cooked cabbages? You can choose to stay here and be a good wife some fine day. But will it ever be enough? You know that it'll never be enough. You can work and pray here till you're fat and old and gray. But will it ever be enough? You know that it'll never be.
This is the song he sings when she's in the bathtub, by the way. Oh, doesn't it have the same seductive vibes?
It's not enough to put some passion in a dreary day. Everything that they taught you was nothing but lies. Everything that they taught you was nothing but bribes. And I know that you want more. All you wanted was a piece of the night. So come along and take your share.
You notice how there's like nothing on the stage? Because apparently they don't have any budget. What did they spend it on? Clearly not the costumes. I guess, no, you know what it was? You know why there's no set? I reckon you know what? I forgot. No, I know exactly what it was. It's because it all went on Michael Crawford's salary. Don't try and do the sliding up notes that Drew does. Don't you even try. I can't keep showing you guys that clip. Let's see what the red shoes is like. Okay, I mean they did keep the ballet in. I mean, I'm not gonna show the actress who plays Sarah. She's doing her best. Here it is. Do you know, you remember how seductive it is how they just like scream at each other from the opposite end of the stage? Oh no. And it ends with her singing on her own. Oh god.
There's nothing you can do. A total eclipse of the heart.
No, don't do it. He's not worth it.
Life was simple and bright.
There's only layers from dark.
There's nothing you can do. A total eclipse.
This is just as sexy as the German version, right? I mean, wouldn't you want Crawford Crowlock to
No! Tonight! At the ball!
That's how they do that? And people are laughing and that's not even meant to be a joke. So the way that they have him resist biting her and being like, no, tonight at the ball, he just stops and goes, no, tonight at the ball, and then like walks off the stage like a little robot. And she's left on her own. Versus, just to remind you how that is originally done, you decide which is the most seductive and which vampire you'd rather go with. Just so we can now cleanse our souls, let's watch Drew Sarge as Gruff on Krulak instead. And maybe we can heal a little now and wash the taste of the other one out of our mouths. Oh damn, he didn't just run off stage and shout no. Because at the end of the day, while there is some jokes in this, they also want you to be, like, invested and care about the characters.
Mit jeder Stunde des Wartens wird die Lust mir entflammt. Ich lass dich fühlen, was dich unsterblich macht.
Oh, I'm feeling better already.
Wenn wir zwei tanzen auf dem Bergmorgen.
The soft high note, Crawford could never. And I can't believe he tried to do like the slide up that Drew's known for. No one else was doing, on that final note in Einlandum, no one else was doing that. In Invitation to the Ball, no one else was doing that sliding, going from one note to another note before Drew. And I'm sorry, Crawford, but you don't compare. I won't let that man be in the same room as me. Neither would I. Where's Drew doing the note? Because, like, Crawford, that was just this was not the best attempt. We're just gonna heal. Instead of them, like, in her bedroom and then in, like, I don't know, like a moon fog field. And I will say, look, Michael Crawford was not... He was a comedic actor in the UK. That's what he was known for doing. And then they found out, like, oh, he can sing. Andrew Lloyd Webber was like, oh my god, I want him as the Phantom. And, you know, a lot of people were like, whoa, he can sing. I never knew he could sing. My personal opinion is, I don't like Michael Crawford's voice. It's not for me. Oh god, did they keep his solo? I've never watched. I've only seen. This is Herbert, by the way. There he is. I'm so sorry. Like, I know Herbert has the, like, you've got a cute bum in the German one. It's way more. It's. At least they kept the mirror thing, kind of. But yeah, they kept the mirror trick. God, the English lyrics are not good. They're not that good.
Right here on my breast,
No! It's like, no. In, like, the German version is like, here's Herbert, he's a gay guy. He's a little camp, but what can you do? Whereas this version went, like, drag queen-esque, predatory, gay. It's not good. That's not my Herbert. Okay, this looks exactly the same. Hey! Hey, look at that! That's the same set piece as the German one. Hey! They didn't find a way to fuck up Evikite! Hey! I mean, they got rid of the choreography, so they're just kind of standing there instead of doing the dance. But, you know, hey! That vampire is meant to be Herbert, the Count's son. Can you vote? Poor boy. Oh, they did keep it. Hey! Remember, you've got to sing with the Italian accent! Don't disappoint me now. I'm not gonna feel sorry for you. This is the song where you're meant to feel sorry for him. How am I meant to feel sorry for you? How is this song meant to play when you've turned the musical into such a comedic sham? How are people then meant to be like, oh my god, he's having an emotional moment? You've done nothing to make people care about this man.
And the hunger never ends.
How are people meant to give a shit?
And there's no way ever to apologize.
Don't forget that Italian accent.
Or make amends. No release and no redemption. And the hunger never ends.
I mean, why Italian? People's go-to normally is like Transylvanian, Romanian, not Italian for vampires. Well, I still can't believe the first word he said is "It's a me." Cry, I'm so sorry.
There are those who believe in various gods, in nations and knowledge.
But I don't feel sorry for you. You've done nothing to make me give a shit. I don't even think you're seductive. You can see the K on his chest, in case you forgot what his name is. That's helpful. I hope the K was Michael Crawford's decision. I hope he thought it made him look cool. How are you meant to take this song seriously and be like, oh yeah, what a poor guy, when he's done nothing but tell, like, silly jokes or, like, crude sexual jokes for the past hour? And the first thing he says is, I'll show you mine if you show me yours, like... And I'm meant to take this in as, like, this is the same boy. Cool. Great. Here's the ball. Why is he up there? I don't know. Oh no, is this cape like Batwings? Don't get me wrong, I have a hoodie like that and it's cool, but it's not cool when he does it. And she has to like walk all the way up the stairs to him. In the original musical, it's almost like you're meant to kind of interpret, does she know what's going to happen or not? Like, you know, the kind of, he leans in for the kiss and then he bites her instead, whereas, I mean, she knows what's going to happen, surely. So this also means, did they not get to do the dance? Oh my god, they cut out the dance! She just enters and then he bites her straight away. There's no, like, dancey-dancey. Are they gonna do the dancey-dancey after? No! So he just... There he goes. Did he do the fake blood capsule? I think so. And then I guess she's just dead? Oh no, she's fine. Oh, and then they just turn up. So the whole bit where the professor and Alfred disguise themselves, get into the ball, there's this whole dance scene. No, it doesn't happen anymore. They just show up straight away, and now it's like, bye. Oh, and don't forget the final scene. Oh, why do they look like they're out of the Matrix? No, these costumes are bad! Oh, they're at Times Square, how cool. And just to cleanse a little, for those not familiar with the original production, so the fact that I'm like, so one, here's Herbert originally, isn't he? He's so cute. He's so much nicer. And he's not so much, he doesn't be like, please put your head on my boobs. We stan. As I say, this looks the same on Broadway, but they took out the choreography, and instead they're just standing there singing, and it's like, how hard would it have been to keep the choreography? It wouldn't have been that hard, but I guess they kept the set piece. But they decided moving at all was going to be too much work. We still get this, apart from, you know, in the original, I'm like, I feel for you, Vampire Man. Because this isn't out of character compared to what you've already done in the musical. And you're not a nice sort of listen to or look at because you're not doing an Italian accent. Blowing the holes. And like, oh, you know, like, I could feel sorry for you, even if you are just manipulating us, that's up to us to decide. Once he gets on the floor like this, Drew as Krolok always looks like a little, like he's like sad and a little bit lost, and I'm like, ooh, acting! Different facial expressions! That's nice that those exist. I guess also it was too much work to have Michael Crawford pick up Sarah after... Yeah, owl vibes, absolutely. But I guess it was too much to have Michael Crawford pick up Sarah. God, I love this man so much. I'm not drawing anymore. This is stream now. Thank you, Drew. Give me the note. So what I mean by they took the dancing out, I mean there's a shit ton of dancing in the ball scene. Sarah comes down, he bites her, Alfred and the professor are there in disguise, and like Alfred straight up like passes out. Like he like leans in as if he's going for the kiss and then he shoves her head to the side. Then he bites her. And then I guess they were like, we can't ask Michael Crawford to do this because it would be too difficult, which is Krolok picks her up, shows her off, and then they get a dancey dance. Let's, you know, instead of now, Alfred comes in, immediate end. No! There's like 5-10 minutes before that, where they get a little dance. And Herbert gets a cute boy vampire to dance with. Herbert only ever dances with men in the dance, which is really a nice little detail. Like, what she wanted was the dance, and he doesn't deprive her of it, and that's nice. I'm still not over the fact that literally how they dress them for the finale is all in a trench coat and sunglasses. Is that what they think like modern goth fashion is? I mean, it was around the time the first Matrix movie came out. And we get the true transition as the mirror starts to come down again for another reveal of like... So they can do another reveal of like, oh, which of the humans in the room? You know, Whereas they don't try and do the disguise in the Broadway version. This one they've tried to be in disguise and they get found out because the mirror comes down and the humans are the only ones who have reflections. But like, I have a text message. To compare, let's look at the vampires at the end. Oh, that looks so much cooler. Pluto, hello. I was just gushing about a musical, I got very distracted. I think that's my parents asking me about takeout. Okay, I think they want me to order takeout. I think this might be the end of the stream. Well, no, I can go order takeout and then I can be with you until the food arrives. Oh look, they're all in different clothes. They're not just all looking like they're out of the Matrix. I've gotten so distracted. Hi, this is an art stream. I've got so much done today. We have a whole head and a whole arm. I am going to BRB, order the takeout that my parents want to order, come back up, see if in the half an hour it'll take. Thank you, Pluto. That worked real hard. This is my first stream back after having like a 2-week hiatus, and I guess I've just had a lot to ramble about. So, I'm gonna BRB, order some food, come back, and then we're gonna try and draw the rest of Julian before the food gets here. I'll be right back. Okay, Jesus. We're fine, we're fine, it's all fine. Art streamings. That's a thing. Okay, food's on its way. We gotta keep an eye on that. Shouldn't take too long, right? I mean, Jesus, normally I get like 1 or 2 of these done in an hour and it's... I said this would be like a 2-hour stream. I don't mind. I don't mind. I was really scared about coming back to streaming, like I took the hiatus because I got scared to stream anymore. Yeah, you were getting fish and chips. My mum's paying with like birthday money she got off her mum. I mean, I have to order it because for some reason no one else can do that, and I don't understand why. Like, so I'm ordering it and then she's gonna give me the cash. I'm like, why don't you just order it off your phone with your account? It's too difficult. Oh, how is it? I'll even do it for you off your phone. No, it's too difficult. I'm like, more awkward than you having to give me cat. Anyway. I'm gonna keep my eye on that. Let's get a boy draw. I'm sorry that y'all were shown atrocities on this stream today. With me cosplaying Julian, I would love for a way to keep the coat, like, permanently splayed out, but there's not really a way to do that. He's so small. Oh. I give him a grumpy little face. He's just a little guy. He's just a very gender little guy. For those who popped in later, I am currently in the process of making a cosplay of this little guy. That needs to be done soon, because the con's in.
I hope you're ready for some more of the real thing there, Fan, because I got you some and I
3
won't
weeks.
be taking what is this ag for an answer.
Thank you for the hydrate.
What is this?
So once the guy, like the person actually sets off with the food, I need to then go turn the oven on because it's a little way out, so it's sometimes a little bit cold by the time it gets here, so we just reheat it in the oven. It's not that far out, it's just like whenever I order from this place, it always the delivery driver, it always says like he's got it, it's in his car, and then he just sits with it in his car for like 5-10 minutes. I'm like, unless the traffic's just real bad getting out of there. I don't know. Anyway, we're still listening to Sailor Moon. Hi, Mom. Someone's knocking at my door even though I got my sign on. Bye. I'm trying to be good. I'm trying to be okay. My health is still not great, but I have a physio appointment that the waiting list is like 10 weeks, and so now I'm sitting at like 8 weeks. But you know, and it's not like I keep having other random pains as well. I've got a problem with my eyes at the moment. It doesn't end, but I'm trying to just keep like getting out of the house and doing stuff. I know I took a couple of weeks off streaming because of the whole situation that I'm not going to go over again. I mentioned it at the start of stream. You can either look back to the start of this VOD, or you can look at my Twitter. I'm not talking about it, and I don't want anyone else to talk about it because I don't want to get like upset. But I just needed a break because I got scared to be trans on Twitch, which is always, I mean, it's scary to be that anywhere. God, I never really thought about how low down these lapels are on his coat. Normally, like, a coat would be like, here's the upper lapel and here's the lower lapel. And Julian's is like, this. Whoa, this is some dramatic Sailor Moon music. Yeah, thank you. I'll be okay in the end. But we ordering food tonight, which is nice. Fish and chips is on its way. And then in 1 hour, for anyone who doesn't have anything to do later, my lovely partner Julia, let me give her another shout out. If you join her Discord, every Friday she has a little movie night, so in an hour she will be streaming Spirited Away in her Discord, if anyone wants to join in for the movie night. If you're not already over there, let me give her another shout out. And also follow her on Twitch as well if you would like. I love her very much.
I want him. I want him so bad now.
Oh, the same clip as earlier.
Oh, I have no.
What are the chances?
Ah! Thank you for the gift sub.
So I will be finishing the stream very soon, within like the next half hour, and then
my heart.
I will be watching Spirited Away in Julia's chat. Well, I'll be eating with my parents because I assume they'll want me to eat with them. What with? That feels a bit weird. It's fine. What with mum ordering the food and all paying for it. So I might be a little late to the movie time, but I'll be there. Spirited Away and Haunted Moving Castle are the only two Ghibli films that I watched as a kid. I've not watched Kiki because Julie streamed it the other week, and that's the only two Ghibli movies I've watched. Spirited Away, I remember being terrified by as a kid. I mean, Haku's adorable. I love Haku, but like, it's kind of scary. And it's also scary if you think about like, I'm not gonna like spoil anything for anyone who hasn't seen it, and this is like their first time tonight, but there's like a those who know about like the little rock that has the face on it. It's like completely eroded away by the end, and you're like, how? That would take a long time. It's never really explained in the movie, but I'm like, were they in there for like decades or centuries? Did time move differently? That's never something that's explained in the movie, so maybe it's not, but it's like, for the face carved on that rock to have eroded would take a long time. But that's not something that's ever addressed in the movie, so it could just be one of those little spooky things that, like, if you notice it, the movie gets a little more spookier. I mean, it's a Ghibli movie, there's not, like, gore in it, but it's a little bit spooky scary. I'll be fine with it as an adult. As a kid, though, I was like, eh. Yes, Julia has posted Just the Dog Die, listing that has any trigger warnings, because obviously there is a lot of stuff to do with, like, food and gorging oneself on food and, like, throwing up and stuff, yeah, in the movie. But it's more like kind of spooky vibes. Because, you know, young girl alone in a strange place, but it's also got the best boy no face. Of all the things, I just found the kind of situation creepy as a kid. The situation scared me, but, like, no face didn't creep me out. I was like, aww! I have a no face plush that a friend got me when she went to Japan. He's a very good boy. Oh, my order's been picked up. Here's another order to live on the way and will be with me soon. Oh, but they didn't give me, like, a tracking visual. That's strange. Unless it's because they're going to the other person's house first, right? And they don't want me to see where they live. Is that what it is? Okay, well, once the car sets off, I need to just, like, run downstairs and turn the oven on, and I'll be right back. I'm not even gonna BRB. I'm just gonna run. I ran. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Then that confirms to me, because one time I had ordered food, and it didn't say they were doing another delivery on the way, and it showed me the tracking from the very beginning. And I was like, has this guy gone up the wrong street? And my parents were like, no, 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 he must just have another house to deliver to first. But that can't be true then, can it? Because if they're doing another delivery before mine, they won't show the tracking because they don't want to dox the other customer. So that proves that one time when I got tracking the whole way, and it just said, he's on the way to deliver your order, not... No, but like, saying it has another order to deliver on the way, I'll be with you soon, that really makes me think that that other time, that the dude just straight went the wrong way. Because I was watching him, and then I was like, wait, he's gone past the turning to our house. Wait, he's gone up the right turn after hours. Wait, what's he doing on that street? Oh, he's turning around and he's coming back. And my parents were like, well, maybe he just had an order up there. I'm like, I'm pretty sure he told that he got himself confused. And he took the wrong turning. I'm just gonna vibe. Sailor Moon Transformation music's the best one. The best one. Best Sailor Moon music. Forever sad that, like, Pluto and Saturn don't have transformation music. Every other scout has their own. I mean, they have some of their own theme. They do still have some of their own themes, but, like... And they still have their own little attack sound effect things. Sounds are kind of creepy. But they don't have proper transformation sequences in music. And that's... They deserve them! Still have themes, but they don't have, like, badass transformation music. And because normally I think when they have transformed on screen, they just get shown at the same time as, like, Neptune and Uranus and just share Neptune and Uranus's theme. It's like, they do so good. Okay, let's see if we can get... We should be able to get Julian's line art done before the food arrives. I forgot Julian had boots that came all the way up here. For my cosplay, I was just gonna wear like my kind of knee-high Devonias, so mine would come up to here, whereas his boots are all the way up here. I was just wearing my knee-high Devonias and tuck my trousers in. I do have thigh-high boots. I do have thigh-high leather boots, but they have a massive platform heel, and I don't know if I'm up to to wearing those. I'm walking around in them for a con. I think they're gonna be a bit uncomfortable. Especially because I can't do, like, more than, like... They are thigh highs, they are platform heels, they've got a real high heel. And, I'm at a point with issues that, like, I can't do more than, like, it's, like, maybe 3 or 4 hours of walking before I'm like, I might need to get my stick out, my cane out. And, I mean, and I don't want to make that worse by wearing crazy shoes. Because my demonias are a platform, but they are flat. They don't have a heel. They're just a flat platform. There's no heel at them, so my foot is still flat in those shoes. Whereas the thigh highs also have a massive heel. So my foot is at an angle, you know? Oh look, it's hard for me to squeeze into the thigh. I have big thighs and I have big calves, so the only way that I've ever been able to get the thigh highs on is if I put like tights or like stockings on underneath, and then it makes it like a smoother smoother way to get up. Also, then it doesn't like hurt as much with if like the leather kind of sticks to me. The only way I can comfortably have them on is if I've got like stockings or tights underneath to like protect my skin. But yeah, I have big calves and I have big thighs, so even getting knee-high boots are kind of hard for me. But I've got tiny feet, so it's like, I'll just get a bigger size. But if I get the size big enough to fit my calves on my thighs, then they're too big for my feet, and my foot slides around in them, and then I get like blisters. We can get this line art done. He's not here yet. Oh, maybe that is fine. And then I need to do the little... These little triangles. Oh, that very... Oh my god, my voice! I think it's because I haven't... Because I took like 2 weeks off from streaming, I haven't talked this loud for this long in a while. So I'm losing my voice a little bit. Okay, once this triangle's done, we're gonna end stream. if I got everything else. Oh, I didn't do the gloves. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Did I miss anything else now? Okay. Oh, thank God for Lauren Neeson. We got a grumpy little boy on our hands. So let's find someone to raid. Thank you so much for stream and for welcoming me back after taking my little 2-week break to get mentally ready to be able to continue to stream. Who is online? Oh, Desmond's online. Okay, there's someone online. I've never raided this person. I've been in... Yeah, I will need to watch my voice after. We're gonna go give a quick raid to Desmond. Desmond is also a vampire VTuber and a trans man, who I found through him replying to my "If you're a trans VTuber, reply and I'll draw you" tweet. So we could go raid him. The other time I went in the stream, I think they were working on some like writing, world building stuff, and was had Castlevania music on in the background, so I was like, amazing. So, last time I organised a raid, some of you seemed confused about the raid messages. And I saw some people editing their raid message, and you guys don't need to do that, okay? I only have one raid message now. And it uses follower emotes. It doesn't have any sub-emotes. I saw people who weren't subscribed to me editing the emotes out of this raid message last time I used it. You don't need to do that. These aren't sub-emotes, these are follower emotes. I only have one raid message in. One raid message now. And it's for everyone, as long as you follow me. There's no sub and no non-sub raid message. It's just one raid message. If you follow me, the emotes will happen. Right? Am I confused on how follower emotes work? I saw people editing it. Oh wait, I think I forgot how follower emotes work. Oh no, I thought this would mean I didn't have to have 2 raid messages, but I think I forgot how follower emotes work. Follower emotes mean you guys can use them in my chat, but you can't use them in other people's chat unless you're subbed. Oh no, I do need to. Okay. Ignore me. Maybe you should just make one that doesn't use any of my emotes. Because having 2 raid messages just, it feels confusing. Shit! I forgot how follower emotes work. I forgot, yeah, you can use follower emotes in my chat, but you can only use them in other people's chat if you're subbed. Shit. Okay. I think Stream Elements still has that old one. There you go. Okay. Good. I didn't deprogram Stream Elements. So we're gonna go on a little wait. Desmond's gonna be playing Zelda, did it say? Yes, Breath of the Wild. If you're not subscribed, you can use the first raid message that was posted by Stream Elements that has the little bat. And if you are subscribed, you can use the second one. I'm gonna set up the raid now. It would mean a lot if you guys would come over, even if you immediately like have to raid and run. Absolutely no problem with doing that. Like, other streamers understand if you guys are gonna go get food or whatever it is that you need to do. Obviously, I've gotta go and get food. So I won't be able to stay long. Oh, I can see the tracking now. Wow, the order that it made him go to on the way was not close. Thank God that we warm the food up in the oven after it gets here from this place. They should not have made him go to that place on the way. For him to have set off and then get there, oh. That's not on the route to me. Well, hopefully my food's not too cold when I get here. So, if you guys would come along for the raid, it would mean a lot. Let me switch to this screen. And thank you so much for the stream today and for welcoming me back to streaming. Thank you so much, Dandy, for the raid and for everyone who came in with the raid. And for the couple resubs that we had today and the new followers. I hope you guys enjoy it in Desmond's chat. I'll see you guys hopefully tomorrow for the first Magma stream for a while. Mwah.